Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and those ones and twos welcome you to participate in the program by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, by texting into our Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646, and you can watch the program and interact with other TMA listeners at youtube.com/TMASTL. Paranormal Paul says, morning, guys. That's called taxes. Doug says, great game last night. And, Doug, you enjoyed seeing the near no-hitter from Andrew Heaney.
I didn't enjoy it, and because of that, I'm not going to be much good to you today. I just don't foresee that happening. When you get curb stomped like that, it's tough just to bounce back, it's nearly impossible for me. So why don't you guys take it, make this show your own, and I'll just sit back and kind of stew.
Because of the loss in Pittsburgh.
That's right. Have you seen what the Pirates have done in their last 4 games?
Nobody's playing better than the Pirates.
It's true.
Yes!
It's finally true. It took 21 years.
41-4 over the last.
9-1, 9-2, 12-1, 7-0. Those are Little League scores. So that's the best team in the Little League. Stomping on the teams with the spastics.
So where's the equivalent of the angry Mets fan calling SNY? Where's that in St. Louis? Huh? Were they peppering Matt Pauley last night? And this team's got no balls. Were they calling in? Was Len and Lee calling in screaming last night? We need the equivalent, and we should be equally irate.
Len and Lee call in 314-974-0101. The National League Central features all 4 of the teams competing for the division on some semblance of a losing streak. They've all lost their last game. The Pirates, Doug, they've won 4 straight, and they're crawling back into this race at 36-50.
They're only 14 back.
Yep.
So they got a ways to go. But on this current streak, I don't see anyone stopping them. I don't give much hope for the rest of the clubs.
Curb stomped? Who are you, Doug? Seth Rollins? That's from GMS Investigative Group.
Hold on, are people getting their businesses getting a free commercial now, just signing their name?
Not a bad idea, I suppose.
Signed emos and all of that, like specific branches. Curb stomped.
Yeah, it wasn't much to root for last night.
I do have a great debate in my head when, is the game still there? Like, they'll leave a Fetty out. They did it last week against the Cubs, where the game's still hanging in the balance somewhat, and then they make it obvious they're just going to let him eat it. And I'm always wondering, you know what? If I got a guy in the bullpen, young guy, and he goes 4 innings, we didn't kill the bullpen. I can send him down. They send guys down left and right.
Yeah.
I would be tempted. I know they've got a rotation and a routine they kind of like right now, but wouldn't you be tempted to take the youngest guy in the pen, least valuable, and say you're going 4 innings because Fetty is awful? The whole country watching could say he's awful. When do you just say, well, we don't care about this game? Because obviously they knew it was time to punt. And maybe it had to do with how they were doing against Heaney, and they just said, who cares?
They said that in the 5th, I guess. They said, well, we're not going to win this one. It wasn't like he was fooling somebody or like a little bloop hits fell in. I mean, guy after guy stepped up and hit a line drive somewhere, and you just knew it wasn't going to end well, and it didn't.
He said it last week. He said, even my outs were hard hit. Back-to-back starts, Tim, 14 runs over his last 8 2/3. So let's see, 14. So that's not good.
Yeah, it has been rough. Here's what Oli Marmol had to say about Eric Fetty's performance following the loss in Pittsburgh last night.
Yeah, it was nice for him to get out of that first. Obviously, they opened up with a homer. They string together a couple more hits, and you're hoping it doesn't snowball there. But he's able to get the line drive to the play and then get out of that inning. So that was a plus. Navigates the next couple innings well, but then it happened quick. It was a lot of contact, a lot of it on grass, a lot of hard contact, some soft. But overall, they did a nice job against him. And good approach, and they beat him.
There's a solid hit.
Yeah, there's another solid
hit.
His last game against the Cubs, the first pitch he threw was hit out of the park. Last night it was at least the second pitch.
He's progressing.
Kind of stink.
Well,
I
just
think
one
that
game,
next
Mike.
outing, I'm going to take the third pitch of the game to be a home run. Doug.
Seems to be the trend.
Somebody tweeted there's a DFA showdown between Michaelis and Fetty.
DFA showdown.
They're going head to head.
I don't know what's going on. Little Jackie Papers, I know a couple things here in the first week of the month. Number one, if you don't have a name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, Jackson will change it to the name of your choice, assuming it meets FCC standards, just by a polite request, and they'll say, hey, Jackson, could you please change my name from this phone number to...
Yeah, but if you changed your name last month, I'm not doing it again.
Will you be able to? You can tell.
I'll remember.
You remember.
Yeah,
He keeps a dossier on that, just like the Stiefel dossier. So you got that. For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, designairservice.com. Doug, that's Seth Goldcamp's company. And I'm a client. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. And it's going to be hotter than the fires of hell this weekend. You go to designairservice.com and work with Seth. The longest running sponsor on TMA is Design Air Heating and Cooling with no upselling. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. They've been with us for a decade, and we recommend them wholeheartedly to the audience should you run into any air conditioning issues over the next few weeks. That's when you go to designairservice.com, and it's the home of the handsome repairman.
That's right.
Well, that's what Seth does. Design Air Heating and Cooling, designairservice.com. For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, we're giving away 2 tickets to Adam Sandler on October 17th.
Nice.
101 ESPN is your shot to score 2 tickets to Adam Sandler on Friday, October 17th at Enterprise Center. Win them by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tickets for Adam Sandler are on sale now. Find all the details and a bonus chance to win free tickets to the show right now at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. Over the weekend, the gentleman, Martin, who was in second place behind Buck Swope, he was an upstart. Not a guy you expect to see on the leaderboard, but a guy who you could tell has the talent to make himself a force in months to come. Emailed me about the nerves that he was going to have for yesterday's email of the day when he had to win to force a one-day playoff against the legend Buck Swope. However, his email did not make it through Chairman Kurt's filter.
Oh, no.
And I would imagine Marlin's Family Barbecue is none too pleased this morning. Chairman Kurt, would you like to issue a statement to Marlin's Family Barbecue and all of the listeners?
No.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I apologize for nothing. That is from Norman Dale, and that was at the Hickory Town Hall meeting in which
think
Jimmy
so.
Chitwood got his job back. Was that 80?
I don't know the years.
6?
I think 86 is what I'm going to go with.
So this email was vile?
It's centered around taco pizza and how it affected his stomach. And
Okay, blocking.
A gas
You want him blocked?
Blocking.
A gas station restroom was involved. Doug, you were a centerpiece of the email. So
You did good by blocking him.
Thank you.
Tim,
I do enjoy that
Bottom
name.
Boy says, dude's livid. Do you like Marlin's Family Barbecue?
I like the name. That means they're paying attention. They're kind of cheeky. You got to know the show a little bit for that to work. But if it's vile, it's vile.
It is.
And Dalton was really good yesterday, and so was Mike Mankini. So Marlin's Family Barbecue wouldn't have got the win anyway.
Martin, the emails were a little different yesterday because the Adam Sandler tickets incentivized some people to send in what we believe were serious sports takes. And Mike Mankini was one of the people sending one in about Jordan Walker. He was none too pleased with him, and he nearly pulled the upset. Doug, that's Mike Mankini.
Right.
By being serious, it had everyone laughing.
So you can email in. Maybe you're going to win some Adam Sandler tickets. So we got that going on.
So did Buck walk away with the month?
He won the month.
Again. The other guy wrote you that he was nervous?
Yes.
So this is like going to Q school?
He wrote in for QFTA. And what was the title of yesterday's QFTA? Jackson and I recorded a Tim McKernan Show podcast. It's in the TMA podcast feed. What was the title of it, Jackson?
So I had a Han bomb.
Yeah, I did have a Han bomb on Saturday night, maybe Sunday morning at 12:30 in the morning. A little surprised, candidly, that I was at Napoli. But once you're at Napoli, you have a Han bomb.
Is that the bartender you're talking
Han.
about? Oh, yeah. He's been there forever.
Yes.
That's Clave's guy.
My mom wrote a story on him like 20 years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the title of the sode. And Marlin's Family Barbecue wrote in a question for QFTA, but in the, would you call it the prologue?
I never say that.
To the question, he mentioned how nervous he was for Monday's Email of the Day showdown, and I didn't realize that was the case, and then I realized we didn't read an email, and then I realized he probably wrote in and was filtered by Chairman Kurt, and it turns out he was because he wrote in about a gas station incident, and Doug was there, and the whole...
Yeah. So blocking. Blocking.
So he's on the outside looking in. We also had our papal conclave for the TMA Listener of the Month. Jackson, did we reach a quorum?
We did. Yeah. Our winner for the month of June, Big Tuft.
Big Tough
is that right?
has won the TMA Lister of the Month for June 2025. That can never be taken away now.
Okay. And I've asked this before, but just to clarify, to be named Listener of the Month, you have to apply for the position, right?
Correct.
We don't just give it to someone who's contributed a lot and been on the show or something. It's all about
TMASTL.com. You can keep your anonymity because Big Tough isn't his real name.
Really?
And then there's a papal conclave. Little Jackie Paper sends out the ballot, and then the results are what the results are. The white chimney smoke goes up, and people gather around Vatican Square, which is Heine Miney in our particular case, and they cheer when they see that white chimney smoke go up, and they know that Big Tough is currently reigning supreme.
Big Tough's resume is sort of calling out Jackson for drops. Is that right? Is that
Big Tough, I think, watches every single second of every single show.
Really?
Okay.
And he's the great-grandson of former President William Howard Taft?
That's correct. Who passed away in a bathtub.
Yeah.
It happens.
After eating a ham sandwich?
I don't know about the ham sandwich.
No, that was
Mama
the
Cass?
singer. Yeah, I was going to say. Big Tough is the winner, and that means, Doug, he takes home the prize for the month of June. And that prize is in the mail.
Jackson has already sent it out. And then, and I don't know what's going on here, I'm looking at the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and now people have rankings next to their names.
Oh yeah, that must be.
We got a top 20?
I saw that yesterday during QFTA. It must be a YouTube thing.
And what do you know what this means? Jake Reynolds is ranked number 1. John Scores is ranked number 2. That's Called Taxes, Doug, is ranked number 3. I don't know what this means. It says, I guess if you have a crown, it means top fans.
So YouTube, I'm reading this on threads.com. YouTube is testing an XP leaderboard for live streamers that recognize users with the most XP experience points and awards them a chat crown. So to get XP experience points, you send chat messages, super chats, or super stickers. The latter two you have to pay for those. But if you're sending chats in there, you're likely going to collect a crown.
Doug, when you're in YouTube chats,
you're going to pay for a sticker?
Well, I
feel like 4 years old.
So there's 3 ways to earn experience points. Sending chat messages, which is free, which I assume almost all, if not all, of our chatters are doing, and then the latter 2 are super chats and super stickers. Both of those are paid.
Super stickers, isn't that cute? And who gets that money? That go to YouTube and then go to us?
Probably a little split
It
action.
actually goes to my Venmo.
Oh,
Yeah.
does it?
Which
really?
then goes to that kid who's going to be a junior at Fox, who I meet at the Arnold Watertown.
Oh, that's
Mexican
right.
soccer matches.
We're sure one night the Canucks could cover. I would like it better if these guys had like seedings, like we as the committee.
Oh, power rankings.
Yeah, we give them. You're a 3 seed. I want to put John Scores out west.
Basically, Doug, it's an indication of who the biggest loser is in the audience and doesn't have a job. That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy.
Oh.
Now, see,
Well,
that's
you could have-
shaming those with crowns in the Michelob Ultra YouTube
Yeah,
chat.
don't do that. Because you could have this up on another window in your computer while you work. I don't know about the super sticker. I don't know what that's doing for you, but you go ahead and get your little sticker book.
Hey, Tim, how about playing Love and Affection by Nelson coming out of break? Thanks. That's Hal in Hillsboro, and he wants to hear from Matthew and Gunnar Nelson.
Why?
Hal, call in 314-974-0101. They had Love and Affection in 89. Was that 89? They were the sons of Ricky Nelson?
I know that.
Now you're on board with that. Okay. Also, Steven Time yesterday, and Martin, I believe, he's been sideways with you in the 9 months we've been here on 101 ESPN. He has issued a statement, but man, we've got a lot of text, and I got to scroll down to find it.
Did Steven Time declare Cairo being traded 1,000%?
That's exactly right. And so, therefore, he has a statement regarding Jordan Kyrou not being traded. Here it is. I have an announcement to make. I was wrong about Kyrou. I believed a fake Twitter account online, and he was wrong. I pride myself and think of myself as a man of faith, as there is a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, and that'll be a home run. Doug, sit on my note right there.
Okay.
At the end.
All right. Who was that, Tim?
Steven Time.
Okay,
first
Steven
name,
Time.
Steven.
Sorry about that. You just got yourself suspended. You got yourself suspended a period of 2 days' time, and I'm placing on you a 20% tariff.
Is he being suspended for the bad reporting, or is he being suspended for the invite for you to sit?
The invite, the sitting invite.
Okay, sitting invite.
Even time.
I mean, I picked him to win. I don't really know why.
Okay.
Well, he could still get traded, but it would be with his approval.
Wedding Tackle actually has the qualifications for the TMA Lister of the Month. He said, yeah, Doug, here are the base prerequisites for earning Lister of the Month. Small ween, long fingernails because they can pick up their Pokemon cards easier. Favorite food is chips and never touched a female. That's from Wedding Tackle. Is that in the guidelines on TMASTL.com?
Well, those are the parameters. I don't think there's a strict rule, but that's certainly what's encouraged.
Frank, would you say this statement is accurate? Doug Vaughn, Big Ego, Small Johnson.
Stop it, Frank.
Confirm or deny?
Are the long fingernails really necessary for the Pokemon audience?
It's like Howard Hughes at the end of The Aviator.
Think about it.
So Jordan Kyrou did not go. Stephen Time was tricked by a fake Twitter account. He's issued his apology and an invite to Doug. Jordan Kyrou, I don't know how closely the rest of the dais was monitoring this last night, but I'm telling you, in Montreal, they were convinced he was on his way to Quebec. That was going on last night, hell, like at 8, 9 o'clock. And at least to date has not materialized. Yeah. But now Kyrou's no trade clause has kicked in, so he can say, no, thank you, I am not going.
Same with Robert Thomas, although I don't think there's any talk of him going anywhere. I mean, it's still, if you got a trade done at any point over the next 5 years, you could get a player and say, yeah, I'll go there. Mm-hmm. So it's still possible, but much more unlikely. I would love to know, and maybe Army at some point would admit how much of a discussion it was, but it doesn't matter. He's here, Doug. We're going to go with the ones we brung to the dance.
Dance with the one who brung you.
Like a Bum Phillips ism?
Yeah. Okay. I imagine other teams try to get him for a bargain, and why would the Blues do that? Yeah. You'd have to cough up a lot to get it.
Maybe they didn't offer a hockey trade. They just said, we'll give you a prospect. We'll give you a pick. And the Army said, I want a hockey trade.
Right. Forget that noise.
Marner's getting 12 milli AAV. Kyrou, he's going to Vegas for the record. Kyrou scored more goals last season than Marner has ever scored in a single season. Plus, he had a better plus-minus last season. If Kyrou keeps that up, his contract will look like a bargain in a couple of years. It's from Doug's Prismal.
Well, that's true. Yeah. And he does appear to be getting significantly better with each year. And he's right in his prime right now. He could be one of the top goal scorers in the league here this next year, the year after. You don't want to get rid of him unless you get a sizable return.
Did you see the Petro statement? Alex Petrangelo had taken the year off. And when you read what he said, he obviously has a serious hip injury. But Petro's statement said, after exploring options with doctors as well as my family, it's been advised to remove the intensity of hockey to see if my body can improve so that I can return to a normal quality of life. Not that I can become a highly productive defenseman in the NHL. Quality of life. It sounds awful, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like injury-wise.
Isn't that where Torrey Krug is also with his injury?
Yeah, and Army says he's never playing again.
No.
So Petro didn't officially, and I call him Petro because we're very tight.
I understand that.
Alex Petrangelo didn't retire, but he's taking time away. It certainly sounds like he is done.
Yeah.
He's 35. He's made all the money you could possibly spend. He's got a house full of kids.
Got a couple chalices.
Yeah. I don't know why you would continue to risk it. I know it's been his life, and it's easy for me to say you ought to just retire, and it's hard to do it when you're the guy, but it'd probably be for the best if he did, I would think.
I mean, I don't know if I've seen a statement like that where it's like normal quality of life. Mm-hmm. Forget hockey.
I read the statement from Vegas regarding his situation, and they said they were hoping over the Four Nations break that he would be able to heal up. It didn't work out that way. The treatment that he had to get in order to just be able to play was not something that was sustainable. They were doing intense treatment to get him to be able to play, and it's just not something that is sustainable. So based on that statement, it looks like the career of the first St. Louis Blue to ever touch the Stanley Cup wearing the Blues sweater may be over.
He's dealing with hips that would require bilateral femur reconstruction. God, dang, it doesn't sound like something that leads to playing hockey again.
Well, you can imagine all those years of being the defenseman trying to dig a puck out of the corner, getting checked into the glass and fallen down in front of slap shots. It's a wonder anyone can play that long into your career.
Meanwhile, Tarasenko headed to Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
The guy played a decade in St. Louis, and now he's been... Okay, I got to think about this because he was in Ottawa. He was in Detroit. He was on Florida. He almost went to Carolina. He went to the Rangers first.
That's right.
So
That's with Nico Mikkola?
Rangers...
No, he's talking about
Panthers,
Tarasenko.
No, I know, but I think he went there.
Oh.
Isn't that crazy? I mean, he was just a Blue for 10 years, and now he's been on another 5 teams?
Yeah, you can make the analogy to a guy who was in a long-term relationship, and then he gets divorced, and now he's bouncing around Clayton and then hanging out with other divorcees.
That's where you go with Clayton?
Now, it depends on what your, demo is, target demo. Okay. And, of course, this show's main tenet is to not kink shame, so,
I do.
Whether you want to go to Clayton or Cottleville, we're fully supportive.
Where that tushy boot.
That's what you say upon your divorce. On your way out of the clubhouse, you say, where'd that tushy boot?
There's a divorce clubhouse.
Sports guys love the analogy with dating. When the Rams were going to potentially go to L.A., well, it's the pretty girl, and you're the old girlfriend, and they're interested in, and it's a better scene to date. And you're like, wait a minute, it's a football team. But we always made it about the girlfriend.
Petro should become a country singer? That's from the 618. Does he have interest in country music, or is that an Adam Wainwright?
Yeah, they seem kind of like the same guy. 2 different sports, same guy. Doesn't it, in a way? They seem kind of similar.
I don't see Alex Petrangelo singing.
You don't see him getting up on stage and
see him singing.
Has he ever been on the dais at the 2 Fox Sports final?
No. He's got a good edge to him, which served him well, I think.
My neck was hurting. So I said, I think I'm going to go sing somewhere.
Doug, it's often prescribed. When your neck is hurting, you go sing.
Sharon in Clayton is not happy this morning, even though I believe she woke up in Sanibel. Morning, boys. Was hoping to wake up to some Blues news. Bummer. Maybe something will happen today. Happy Wednesday. That's Sharon in Clayton. Unfortunately, of course, it's Tuesday.
Yeah, you would think if they were going to do something, they'd have done it yesterday, but who knows?
Well, Strick's going to be here. Andy Strickland at 9 o'clock. We'll get his intel behind the scenes. Was it in play with Cairo?
He never thought it was in play, right?
Right, he did not. Even though Stephen Tom was reporting opposite of what Strickland was reporting, he still, in spite of that, Tim, he stood firm with his reporting.
And Stephen Tom has since been suspended and is now paying a 20% tariff.
Any more take that he gives us is it's up against a 20% tariff, so it'll cost him a little bit more.
VGK has Bobby Bacala take a hammer to Petro's hips so they can sign a player for $12 million. That's from Philip Seymour Dorfman. It is amazing, but if you're a regular viewer of what the Vegas Golden Knights have done, there's initially skepticism because they enjoy the LTIR. And so, okay, we can bring Marner in, and now we can have the Petro situation. That's been one of their little tricks. There is a new rule kicking in to attempt to eliminate that song and dance, but I don't believe it will start until 2026.
There were certain games they wouldn't suit up a full roster because it was a way to manipulate money.
Yeah. Holy hell, I genuinely thought it was Wednesday. My bad. Wow, that's from Sharon Clayton coming to terms with the fact that it's Tuesday and Jordan Kyrou is still with the Blues.
Well, when you travel all the time, sometimes you lose track of what day it is.
Doug, I fear that's going to lead to a lot of box wine references.
And Nicki Minaj Mixed Fusion Moscato.
Yeah, or if you'd like, that's Denny from Friendlies, Martin, and he was advocating for Nicki Minaj's Mixed Fusion Moscato. Doug, is that one of your favorite drinks when you're out?
I've never had it. I wouldn't know it if I saw it.
A Foot Fetish Friday.
What exactly is a mixed fusion Moscato?
Jackson?
What's a
Well,
Moscato?
Moscato would be
Sweet white wine?
Yeah. Well, rosé would be red and white mixed. Like a sweeter, bubbly kind of wine.
That's a Moscato.
Well, the Moscato is a sweet white wine.
Right.
So the Nicki Minaj fusion maybe becomes a few
Maybe it
swear
becomes
words.
a rosé.
Yeah.
Doug, you like
Take
Jose?
your call. Bartender, Han, call in.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Han?
Program.
Right in between Andy Strickland and Alec Burleson.
Yeah, Alec Burleson's on the Stiefel dossier.
Put him on hold.
At 9:30.
Burley, if you don't mind, and you may know Han.
Yeah, there's a good chance you know Han.
We're going to get to him first.
I bet Pat Petro's magically healthy come next April. Doug, that comes from sniffing holes.
I don't know. You wouldn't do that to a player of his ilk. You wouldn't tell him, listen, we want you to sit the season out so we can get somebody else.
Do you mind sitting at home so we can sign some players?
Yeah.
No, I think this one's a little more serious than that.
Hey, imbeciles.
Yes.
Blues talk? Mo not trading Fetty in the offseason is the icing on the cake for him ruining this franchise. He should be exiled from the Mound City and forced to live in Dupo. That's from the Shrewsbury seat sniffer who wants John Mozeliak removed from the Mound City and sent to Dupo.
Is this almost over?
Do they want Fetty or Mozeliak to live in Dupo?
I think Mozeliak.
They could share a duplex, probably.
Yeah.
Dupo duplex. They wanted Fetty traded in the offseason. I was even thinking before he bombed out the last 2 weeks, we would mention him as a potential trade candidate. I'm not sure what kind of market there is. I mean,
no, there
he's
wouldn't
okay.
be much.
I mean, he's
Bombed out is a tough way to describe a pitcher. Bombed out.
I don't know if there was a great market for him. I don't know that Fetty being moved in the offseason would have changed things dramatically. But I do wonder, I mean, how many starts do you give a guy when you throw McGreevy's last start wasn't great? I don't care. I want that guy in the rotation. Quit dorking around.
I like that. Quit dorking around. Sharon's mind has weakened from all the clout she chases. That's from Mrs. Janny Shanahan.
The clout? That
Jackson, is Sharon and Clayton a clout chaser?
That doesn't strike me as her move.
Give me an example of someone who chases clout.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow. It's going to be tough for him to limit.
Just open up TikTok. You'll find someone quickly.
Stormy Daniels? Would that be a clout chaser?
In some ways, yeah.
Timber fake from years gone by.
Yeah, if you're an old school
So
team
is it a
listener.
form of attention whoring? Is that what's being accused?
Yeah, but it's kind of picking attaching yourself to something bigger or someone who's bigger,
Okay.
and then trying to get some clout out of it that way. You know, like if a lesser-known artist disses a much more known artist, and the artist responds, the person who is lower might be considered chasing clout.
Okay.
How about Jeff Bezos' new wife? Would that be a clout chaser?
I don't know about that. I can't speak on their relationship or their love.
Look at this guy.
Thought maybe you could.
Give it a shot.
You can text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the Text Inbox. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of our YouTube chat here on TMA, where now people have rankings. It has happened, Doug. On July 1st, 2025, YouTube is ranking TMA chatters. YouTube.com/TMA STL. That's called Taxes. Doug is now moved up. Boy, this is like CompuScore. The rankings can move during the show. Yeah, That's called Taxes. Doug is now number 1. Jake Reynolds has moved down to number 2, and number 3 is John Scores in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, where YouTube is monitoring the TMA YouTube chat and ranking the quality of the chat.
So they get more points every time they send in another little sentence?
Jackson, is that the way you wrote the code?
Well, I didn't write the code. That's the key.
And what do they have to do to get a little sticker book?
Well, that would you'd have to pay.
Oh, God.
But I'm not saying you should do that. If you want, do whatever you want. But I think just messaging gets XP, again, experience points.
You like that? XP?
Kind of video game code.
No.
You have a little punch card for that?
Yeah, 10th free meatball sandwich.
Ooh, is that right? Really? Grassies?
Ideally.
Are you wearing a Mike Jordan Birmingham?
What do you got going on there, Papis?
T-shirt. Just noticed
Jordan Barron's T-shirt.
Playing a little minor league ball.
Yep.
Wearing the 4-5?
Probably the strangest move of any star athlete in the past 30 years. While they're playing.
Maybe ever.
While they're playing. That's the key. Because post-career, things can get wild.
Right. Yeah, OJ took a turn.
I was going to say OJ,
sure.
Yeah, amongst
But
others. But to be at your peak, probably the best athlete in the world, and say, I'm going to switch sports completely, is insanity.
It only makes sense if perhaps he was suspended by the NBA.
Yeah, that's
a great conspiracy.
The conspiracies on that are interesting, and then you think about it hard, and you're like, well, that would make some sense if you put these together. But truly, astonishing.
St. Louis's own Brian Boehringer, who pitched in the big leagues, was teammates with Jordan in Birmingham, and he tells the story. He was out before a game just messing around, and Bo is from Jefferson County. He said, I got a potato gun, and I'm shooting off potatoes. And he said Michael Jordan was fascinated by it and wanted his own. And I'm like, so you were really giving St. Louis a great name. So Michael Jordan's like, where are you from, Bo? Oh, St. Louis. What's that? A potato gun? Shooting off potatoes.
Just on the field he was?
Yeah, just jacking around.
Trying to shoot the potato over the outfield wall?
I think, yeah, just 3 hours before a game in Birmingham. Why not? I'm like, I'm sure that Michael Jordan has a great vision of St. Louis.
How much would it hurt to get hit by a potato coming out of one of those
that's crowdsourcing. But I'm sure somebody listening has.
It probably really hurt.
Could it kill a gentleman?
Probably. If it was like a weapons grade potato launcher.
Weapons grade spud.
And it hits you like in the windpipe, that would probably collapse it real nicely.
The windpipe will get you. So many different ways to participate in the program. Call in, text in, Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The prize today is significant. 2 tickets to see Adam Sandler, and it's on a Friday night. That's glorious. October 17th at Enterprise Center. You can win free tickets to the show by emailing in and winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, coming your way at 10:45 on the Stiefel dossier. Andy Strickland will be in studio to not only review what went down with the Kyrou situation, if there was one at all. He was adamant that he didn't think that there was going to be one. And also what the Blues will be looking to do here over the next few days in free agency. Alec Burleson, friend of the show, 9:30 as the Cardinals try to pick up the pieces from last night's debacle in Pittsburgh and bounce back, but they will have to do so against Paul Skeens tonight. So that will be a challenge. There it is. There's your Stiefel dossier. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Does listening to this make you forget what took place in Pittsburgh last night?
No, I can't. I can't let it go. You know what bothers me? Is this Spencer Horwitz. Who is he to homer on the second pitch, drive in 3 runs, and something I don't like is the first baseman hitting leadoff. It goes against nature. Your first baseman is supposed to be an older veteran who used to play somewhere else. His knees aren't very good. He hits 4th or 5th, hits a lot of home runs, can't run a lick, just so defensively. That's what a first baseman is. He's not a leadoff hitter.
Growing up, I always thought the right fielder was supposed to wear jeans.
Well, only the guys who try out for the high school team and get cut. We had a few of those.
Taking a shot.
What about Goldschmidt hitting leadoff for the Yankees?
I don't like it. Yeah. It's wrong.
You're thinking of like an Andre Thornton who would just sit over at first but could slug
that's wrong. Or Jack Clark, Mark McGuire type. You don't hit him lead off.
You want to get, when Burleson's on, you want to get his take on that? See if he can get some bulletin board material over there in the Pirates? Don't want to give that team any more motivation right now, Martin.
No,
doesn't matter. You got him right where you want him. Paul Skeens is pitching today. They've faced him 5 times. He's never beat the Cardinals. He's 0-4. Remember back in, was it April, Jackson, when they got 5 runs off Skeens in Pittsburgh? Got him right where they went. Nolan Arenado, career, 5 for 14 against Skeens. Alec Burleson, friend of the show, 6 for 15 against Paul Skeens, hitting 400. How about that? Paul Skeens tonight on the mound.
Cardinals losing last night. Attendance in Pittsburgh, 12,387.
Well, not great. Not great.
For the festivities as the Cardinals were vanquished 7-0. Here is Oli Marmol on the guys still being focused and ready to adjust for the next time.
What I liked about our group, and it's hard to say that when you lose this game by that many runs, but the conversations that are taking place, our guys are just continuing to approach things the right way. The score is what it is, but they're already talking about, we're going to see this guy again. What are the adjustments? What did it look like? Where do we need this ball to start? Just all the things you want to hear them talking about, because if you're going to lose like this, you better learn from it. And our guys, that's something they continue to do, so that was good. We have to be able to combat it differently. We've done a nice job against righties. Lefties have gotten us, so it's no secret. We look forward to the next one.
Oh, base hit.
It was a lefty. Mr. Heaney, Doug, nobody's pitching better than Heaney, except for the last time out he gave up 7 earned runs. But the time before that, he gave up 7 earned runs.
Yeah.
Other than that, nobody's pitching better than Andrew Heaney.
Right. Unless it's Skeens. I say Skeens has an ERA of 2.12, and his record is 4-7. If he was with the Dodgers, he'd have 15 wins already.
Well, he will be in a couple of years.
Probably so.
Just sit tight.
Where will he be?
Gosh, in how many years
Queens,
will it take?
Bronx.
Paul, would you rather play for the Mets, Dodgers, or Yankees? There you go.
Well, if you're the Pirates, would it make sense to trade him now and try to get like 3 players for him? If you're really serious about trying to rebuild? Could you use 1 player to maybe fix 3 positions?
Yes, that's my answer to that. And it's an insta-ship.
Yeah, maybe what they ought to do. And with pitchers, you never know if you're 1 pitch away from an injury that knocks you out for a full year.
They should load up. Then they'd have a lot of young talent that they could develop and then later trade.
And then trade them.
As soon as they get good,
they're in a
can't
cycle
afford them
there.
either.
Brad Thompson said it. I was thinking it. Is it always raining in Pittsburgh? Every time the Cardinals, I feel like we have a rain delay. That one was about an hour delay. Just look kind of miserable. I like the town.
It is a nicer town than you think it's going to be when you get there. The cleaner, nicer. The downtown's nice.
The game got a little boring. Brad Thompson told a story how he's walking across that bridge and a guy playing the sax was hitting him up for money. But he said he didn't have any cash on him. Yeah. And he goes, it felt like he was being asked to pay a toll just across the bridge with the guy playing the sax.
These do have to be tough time for beggars because a lot of people don't have cash in their pockets anymore. I mean, you can't Venmo them cash, can you?
I was at the Kings Highway exit. I was going to the hospital. Somebody was in the hospital. I'm going that exit there. There's a lot of foot traffic. Kings Highway right by the U-High, turning left. And the guys asked, I said, I don't have any. He said, I've got Square. He had actually one of those little.
Oh, wow.
He had one
That's
of
advanced.
those things. I said, I'm good.
Yeah, and then when they produce that, you say you're not so poor.
Right.
Or at least not able to work.
So you hold up a sign. You let the world know you're down and out, whatever your story is, it's usually on a piece of like cardboard from a box.
Yeah.
And then at the bottom, you give your Venmo address.
And it's hard to know the scammers from the people that are really desperately in need. But there are places to go if you're desperately in need.
That's what they always say.
Yeah.
Don't fall prey. Send them down to St. Patrick's Center or wherever.
You're welcome to get involved on the program. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service, text line. Call in, Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And the YouTube chat is active with 182 friends gathered, including That's Called Taxes, Doug, who is ranked number 1 by YouTube and has the number 1 crown, and that's a purple crown that he wears. He's in there talking to John Scores and Doug's butt hamster. So they're in there, and they're just having a nice little conversation, including Big Blonde Dan, who says Sharon may not be a clout chaser, but she is thirsty. So they're discussing Sharon and Clayton and Nicola Bolger. Thirsty. YouTube chat. That's what's going on in there. We were talking about how Skeens will wind up with the Dodgers, Mets, or Yankees. Rob Manfred's situation, which we discussed yesterday after Evan Drelich's article in The Athletic on the already war of words going on and intensifying between Tony Clark and Rob Manfred. This is what Foul Territory podcast had to say regarding the historical context for Manfred's negotiations over the years and the potential work stoppage that could be heading baseball's way in the near future.
If you're truly trying to create a relationship that is what he says, hey, trust me, you can't start off a relationship built on trust with a dude that's like, actually, I've been swindling you since, what did he say, 2002? The first time he was part of a negotiation? That's who you want to trust?
He basically laid out his plan for how he's trying to take players down. He laid out his plan for everyone that he had been talking to players over a 3-year span, and each year he gets a little bit more aggressive and tries to tell them how they have significantly lowered the percentage of how much money they make, how much they share in profit with Major League Baseball revenue, 47% on players. It used to be 63%, the first deal when Manfred was chief negotiator in 2002. So after punching them all the way down to 47%, his, hey, let's be friends tour is, listen to me on everything, and I will lead you to more money.
Nice knock.
Okay.
I would think that Foul Territory is a player-friendly outlet, but it is true if you're going to spell out the math and their revenues are going down, it's hard to believe that's the guy who's going to lead. He's not very likable, Manfred, and I think the players have a genuine distrust. Can we get a proxy, somebody in there to get this done? Can we get somebody in the middle? How about Adam Wainwright to kind of fix the work stoppage? Just give you a year, get both sides together, maybe some barbecue and some country music, Doug. Get them together. But I don't think Manfred is the best front man for the argument.
Eric in the Central West End says they don't have credibility because Kratz and Przinsky look so stupid with their backwards baseball hats during that podcast. Yeah. Jackson's applauding the take from Eric in the Central West End.
It would all be fine if they were snapbacks, but the backwards new era fitted Major League Baseball cap is not good. You look like Turtle from 2004's Entourage.
Oh, really?
Doug, was that Jerry Ferrara?
I don't know. I didn't see the picture. I didn't see the program.
Like. Yeah. So, not great. Yeah, Kratz and Przinsky both wear that. But they're catchers, so that's how catchers they usually go backwards hat.
Right.
And Dan Quinn must have been a catcher at some point. Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, yeah. If you're going to wear your hat backwards, you need a snapback. Otherwise, it looks goofy, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay. So that whole discussion doesn't mean anything because their hats are on backward.
Well, that might be a touch far. I like Foul Territory. I think they do a good job. But, yeah, let's get those hats forwards, fellas.
Okay.
Well, the players are probably always going to come out against the commissioner when you're getting ready to have negotiations about a new collective bargaining agreement.
Right. They brought us some good points.
Jackson, you're getting support for the said take. Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy says correct, snapbacks worn backwards only.
Yeah. Yeah, that's...
Why is that a good look with the snapback?
It allows an opening. Here,
for what? Why
Jackson,
do you need an opening?
Look at that.
So that's it. Oh, so the little plastic?
Yeah. So, and then if you look over at Chairman, you can see over there, yeah, he looks like he's about to... go all in on a bad hand in poker right now. Like, that's kind of the look. That's kind of the look of the backwards with the MLB logo up front.
He looks more like a catcher.
He looks like a catcher without the mask.
Or kind of like Spanky on our gang or something.
Spanky?
It's the hat.
You don't know Spanky from the Little Rascals? Oh, no.
Terrible take, Jackson. Snapbacks don't get worn backwards. That's from Angry Dan.
I actually think it's the only cap that should be worn backwards. And if you have one of those like Velcro strap adjustables, grow up.
Why?
You should not be using Velcro after the age of 8 because there's so many other ways to fasten things, and
But
Velcro
that's a
is
very nice way
far
to
and
do
away
it.
the worst. If you have a Velcro wallet, you can just throw that in the trash right now.
Why do you hate all that NASA has discovered?
Thank you, Martin. That's exactly right.
Spanky.
Thank you.
Had that. Look, all it was missing was a little helicopter thing on.
Yeah, like propeller, like a beanie.
Yes.
That's fair.
Take your Spanky thoughts.
Okay.
Or Sparky Pfeiffer.
And I'm not, the hat Chairman's wearing is a great ball cap. Boston Red Sox, not great, but it's a pretty hat. But you got to wear it forward. You wear a fitted cap like that, in my opinion.
Probably an unpopular opinion, but once you reach a certain age, you should probably stop wearing your hat backwards. That's from the 703, and I think that was Eric in the Central West End's point that he can't comprehend the Major League Baseball labor negotiation conversation between A.J. Przinsky and Eric Kratz because they're wearing their hats backward, and they're both gentlemen, Doug, do we say of a certain age?
Right.
So if Tony Clark had a press conference today, but he had a toothpick hanging out, you just couldn't.
I like that one.
Like Joe Pesci is Nicky Santoro in Casino.
Baker, Washington.
Like it's halfway in your mouth. I like that look.
But it would take away from whatever he
Not
presented.
for me.
Okay.
I think
That's not a real professional look.
Yeah, but
this toothpick coming out of your mouth. It's one thing if you're a manager at a game or something.
They're not
You're
working for
trying to look
Merrill
like
Lynch. They're playing baseball.
The lizard could flip it around. Dusty Baker, that toothpick.
What you wear and do on a baseball field is different than what you would want to do in a boardroom negotiating a contract.
Yeah, that's different. That's
Ollie
fair.
likes to do the backwards hat thing from time to time, doesn't he?
I think more social, like out and about.
Yeah. Sometimes with the wind, you kind of have to go backwards. Otherwise, your hat will fly off. Mine will, at least.
Do you have to wear a hat?
Yeah, when you have male pattern baldness.
You don't have it.
You're saying on the cigarette boat, you put it on backwards?
No, then I'll let it
Just
fly. Yeah,
is that right?
Then you want to. Oh yeah, you lose a hat on a boat easily.
Almost nobody wore a hat when I was growing up. Almost nobody wore hats.
Yeah. Well,
And
not
you go
like
way back. Everybody did.
Well, not like baseball caps, but they wear like a gentleman's cap that you take off when you got inside.
A fedora
No,
type?
people didn't wear hats.
Kojak did, didn't he?
Well, for a TV show, maybe somebody
So you're
did.
talking about like in the 70s, people weren't wearing hats?
No.
Like
Okay.
ball caps.
Yeah, that's
It was long hair was the thing back then.
right. And mutton chops.
There was a few mutton chops.
chops.
Elvis-inspired mutton chops.
Trying to think of pop culture in the 70s.
I think Dazed and Confused. That's like my reference point, even though I know it was made in the 90s.
Jeremy London.
Jason London, Jeremy's brother.
I think we had this discussion last week.
Yeah. I watched it again recently. I watched it on the plane back from Boston. It's a great plane movie.
It's a great plane movie, Tim.
like that.
Favorite plane movie?
You don't want too much action because you're on a small computer. You don't want too much dialogue because you're using your headphones. There's a happy medium.
Oh.
Wes Anderson usually makes a good plane movie.
Oh, for
There it
heaven's
is. Wes
sakes.
Anderson. That's going to
Heaven's
activate
sakes.
Mr. Licks, who will text in at 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. And, of course, now we have rankings for the best chatters in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, courtesy of YouTube. So I guess if you watch other podcasts, they've got the chat rankings, too. Jackson, that was a new thing for the beginning. Doug, do you like this of Q3?
I don't care for
Yeah,
it.
I think YouTube just started rolling that out like in the last month and now fully rolled it out now in July.
Yeah, Jake Reynolds started the day as the number one chatter, but he's down to number 2. I don't know what he did wrong.
Poor guy.
He took a second away from the keyboard.
It's like the Kentucky Derby.
Lost his
Someone's
ranking.
coming up from behind.
I tell you, though, the AI or just the collecting of information immediately is happening. So those rankings probably can be updated instantaneously. Driving the car this weekend, did that Waze where it gives you directions. And I'm telling you, they're getting closer and closer to knowing your every move. Like, I said turn right. And you're like, hold on, I'm getting over. Like, they're barking at you the whole time. They can tell you're not in the left lane. I said get in the middle lane. They're yelling at you because they can see everything you're doing.
Yeah. That GPS really is amazing to me. The navigation, the turns, and everything. It's real, no matter where you are, too. It's not always 100% accurate, but usually it is.
It doesn't quite account for bad neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Turn left up here. Whoa, oh boy. You sure about that? I said turn left.
Well, I wonder if there'll be a time, all these AI songs that we hear on this show, I wonder if there'll be a time when that's predominantly the music that we hear. It's just stuff that a computer has designed that might be faster and easier and even more clever than what the human brain can do.
What about a concert? You just go and watch it, put a computer up on the stage?
Yeah.
Hit play.
Might be a thing of the past.
The Velcro wallet, also known as the Lime 401k, is the primary wealth-building instrument of the Power Hoosier. Hold on a second.
401k is?
A Velcro wallet.
It's called a Lime 401k? I'd never heard that. I wasn't all that familiar.
I'm about to get paid in the Escalade.
I wasn't all that familiar with the Velcro wallet in general, but that's a 401k? Like if you hit the ball down the left field line and Heine-Miney? I had no idea.
No, I don't,
I feel like the kid has the Velcro wallet. Dad has the chain on the wallet.
Oh, nice.
Nobody can take
Also
that.
another great look.
That's rough, too.
Chain on the wallet.
So
What's
if you
a
saw a
chain
guy with a ball cap like the chairman's, backwards with a chain wallet, you wouldn't hold him in high regard.
Probably not.
What if he was ranked like number 2 in the YouTube chat?
Yeah, that would be the
What percentage does that guy also have a potato gun?
Yeah, right. Probably 2. What's a chain to? Like your pocket? Like what's the wallet chain? Like what's the purpose? There has to be a purpose.
I think it's a belt loop.
Yeah.
It's just so nobody can snag
Okay,
the
gotcha.
wallet.
So it like tethers the wallet to you?
Yeah,
Okay.
and you don't lose it, I guess. It's kind of a look. Like let's this weekend, you and I, let's road trip down Route 3 deep into Illinois. We probably pull off at a stop.
Yeah.
And they give us a funny look.
And that's where we get a wallet
probably
chain?
have a wallet chain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The modern version of that would be the holster for your iPhone.
Oh, yeah.
A holster.
Very like a white denim pant.
It looks like you really got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
This thing needs to go in a holster.
Did you ever have a pager?
Sure.
When did that go to the
cell phone, I assume, right?
Pagers?
Early 2000s,
yeah,
kind of faded.
Yeah, they're a valuable thing to have. I was thinking the other day, I wonder if we should limit smartphone usage. Like maybe you got to be 16 to get a smartphone. You can have a flip phone so your parents know where you are. You could text, you could call. But the smartphone opens up all the evils of the internet to kids. And I wonder if we said you can't really have a smartphone until you're 16, if that wouldn't solve some of the social media issues that younger kids have.
It's interesting. I think one way or another, they're going to find a way online. You can try stifling as best you can.
Yeah. It would probably help at school, though.
Yeah.
Because they really battle that in schools.
For sure.
Let's take more things away from youngsters.
Yeah, that's your platform.
Yeah.
What else would you like taken away from youngsters? You can text that in, you can call it in, you can email it in, and win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, which is 2 Adam Sandler tickets today. That's going up at 10:45. Andy Strickland in studio at 9 o'clock. Alec Burleson with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 9:30. That is all coming your way here on TMA. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in studio yesterday. My insurance agent going back now to 2019, and I recommend him wholeheartedly to our audience. I am thrilled that I made the switch 6 years ago, and I can tell you this, if you make the switch, they will do all the paperwork for you. Call 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net to work with James and his incredible team in Webster Groves. He has hired a number of people to make sure the customer service is the best you can find. Because when you need your insurance agent, that means there is some semblance of a significant incident in your life, and you want it taken care of quickly. It's not something that you want an email and then hear back from in a couple days. You need that taken care of. You call James's office during the day, you're going to talk to somebody live who is going to help you get it taken care of. Great customer service. And ask yourself this, has your insurance gone up in the last year? Give James a chance to save you money. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. This is TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose last night at the hands of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Back in action tonight, taking on the Pirates. It's going to be a 5:40 p.m. first pitch with Andre Pallante toeing the slab for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to CMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. And Doug, look in studio here as we begin the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. It's Ed and Brody Hermann of Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor.
Well, hello, guys.
CMA.
Good morning. Good morning.
What's going on?
Oh, we got all sorts of stuff to talk about.
What do we
today.
got? What do we got? I'm locked in.
You always come loaded for bear.
They do.
You know, it's very rare that I have actual announcements of things going on that the listeners might actually care about. But this announcement involves your former colleague, one Iggy.
What's Iggy got going on?
Update. Iggy is he is coming on our podcast today.
Nice.
As a guest on the Three Lawyers Eating Sandwiches podcast. We're going to be filming it today, midday. We're going to be delving into what this man has been up to since he left you guys.
That may not take long.
And no, I don't think that'll. I think that'll be the quicker part of the interview, just sitting around. No, but he is going to be talking about what he's been up to. We're going to revisit some of the classic interviews that he's participated in during his very long, illustrious career on radio. And we're going to try to get him to spill some tea. So we'll see if there's any tea
he does. He prides himself when the Post-Dispatch calls him to do interviews. He always says that he says things, but then they leave out what he says. So I think he will he will be anxious to be on your uncensored version.
Yes, I think that will be a big plus because we do not. If we have to cut out something totally inappropriate, we do. But our definition of totally inappropriate is a very broad one. So we should be okay with that. So we're gonna film it today. So I'm letting everybody know. Keep your eyes out. And then we're running at a lot of about a 2 week ahead of time.
You're in production right now.
Yeah. So we're releasing an episode a week, but we give ourselves a little stockpiling because Terry spends a lot of time in Florida during the winter. So we're filming a couple of episodes every week so that we have new ones to go out. And then we're also having on Devin Alexander. He's coming on later this week. We're filming an episode. He was a former WBC champion. Mm-hmm. And we're at Brandon Williams.
Yeah, Brandon Williams, July 31st.
Yeah, later this month. So former Rams player, and he's doing a lot of great stuff in the St. Louis community.
He's the head of the Boys and Girls Club
that's
now.
Right.
Took over for Flint Fowler, who'd been doing that a long time.
You're on top of it. Yeah. So he's going to be on. But I figured that a lot of the listeners here may want to seek us out when we have Iggy on. And then once you do, go ahead and follow the podcast.
Might as well.
We're doing some fun stuff on there.
Will you allow Iggy, is there any opportunity there for him to complain about things? Will you have time for that?
Yes. Let me say this. We don't have unlimited time for that. But we definitely have an adequate window for Iggy to speak his piece.
All right, Iggy, if you're listening, and you might be, whittle down the complaining just so Ed can get to other topics.
Yeah, I think he listens to the show very actively.
Oh, he does. He's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube.
What's his ranking, Tim?
He is not ranked. Ed, Brody, I don't know if you see this. Yeah, you see the YouTube chat up there. YouTube has just started something on July 1st, 2025, and this isn't limited to our show, where they rank the top chatters. Now, how that's ranked, Jackson says, is called XP, experience points. So the three most highly ranked chatters have a 1, 2, and 3 and little crowns next to them when they post. So you will see that popping up as you sit here. John Scores is currently ranked number 2, or maybe I can only see it. Why I don't see that on the monitor?
I don't think we see it on the board. But
yeah, but it's on my laptop in front of me here.
Yeah, and I think that what the people are clamoring for, Brody, is to hear some. Brody actually has a big announcement.
Oh, does he really?
Maybe you should talk about it since the people want to hear from you. Yeah, this is I can lead the announcement and take over when it gets to the part that involves you, but. And again, I don't know how it works in the radio world. I don't consider them competition for you, but But 590 AM, as you know, has been recently purchased. It used to be KFNS. Now it's KLIS.
Oh, sure. We spent some wonderful time there.
System, yeah.
Martin, you got some gift cards?
Yeah, still in the... that place.
Starting next week, the Three Lawyers Eating Sandwiches podcast will be broadcast on their radio station as well. And on top of that, there'll be another program, and I don't have the date and time yet, but it'll be a weekly program starring our very own Brody Hermann. He has an expertise that he's not really talked about here, but I'm going to turn it to him, and he'll let you know what the show is and who's likely going to be on it and what people can expect.
Yeah. No, it'll be great. It's going to be on 590. It's going to be a show about professional wrestling. So, people will be able to step into the ring, or really it'll be more of a studio or on calls, and we'll be able to talk about the world of professional wrestling. It'll be wrestling all over the spectrum. It's going to be all the companies. We're going to be talking about modern stuff, and I'm sure historical stuff as well, and how the greatness of professional wrestling, really the sport, has kind of progressed over the years. And we're going to talk, there's a lot of stuff in the pro wrestling world, a lot of news, a lot of weekly recaps, WWE, AEW, Raw, Dynamite, Collision, SmackDown, wrestling. It's going to be great. It's going to be phenomenal.
You can probably get that Tony Khan on, Shad's son, who runs the AEW, right?
Yeah, right on. Tony Khan, CEO and founder of AEW. That'd be great.
Wow. And of course, Conrad Thompson, who is Ric Flair's son-in-law, who oversees a lot of the wrestling podcasts around the country.
Big mortgage guy.
Yeah, and he's kind of the hidden partner behind on the station there. So it's a really good opportunity, and it's going to be a panel show, right? It's not just going to be you talking wrestling. It's going to be called Wrestling on the Spectrum.
That's right.
And you're probably going to have on there some familiar names.
Yes.
Including possibly Tony Patrico. Just a little preview there that he's going to be involved in the station. Obviously, he used to be involved over here at 105.7, and he's a big wrestling fan. Years ago, he and I actually tussled at a Glory Pro event.
You tussled?
Yeah, we were both.
You got in a fight?
You scrapped? I was a licensed professional wrestler. Did you not know that?
Did you know you got to get a license?
Oh, my God.
I did.
All right, we're shifting away from the portion of the segment where Ed promotes every other radio station in town, and now we're talking about Ed's...
But I promote this one when I go there.
Oh, I know.
So it's okay.
Good. Guerrillas. Marketing. So you were a licensed wrestler?
I was approached by Glory Pro a few years ago to do this event at the pageant where they wanted me to get involved to manage a tag team, including Dan Housen, who's a very big star in AEW, and Dan the Dad. They were tag teaming. They needed a manager. They thought I'd have a little personality and would have some fun with it. But then they said to me, to be a professional manager, you just need a license, but it's not that hard to get. But then they said, but now if you want to have one of those situations where the managers get involved in the match, wind up getting hit, or maybe they get to slam somebody, we can put that in the storyline, but you've got to become a licensed professional wrestler. You have to, if there's going to be physical contact, you need an enhanced license, which requires a physical and clearance from my doctor. You can imagine, I'm turning 54 in a couple of weeks, and this is just a few years ago. So, imagine I'm going to my doctor's office saying, yeah, doc, I need you to do a license. You got to sign off on this so I could become a professional wrestler. My guy looked at me like I was on drugs.
As he should have.
Yeah, he's like, what are you talking about? You're in your 50s. You've never wrestled. I'm like, never you mind. Just sign this document, man. Who asked you? I'm paying you. But no, so anyway, then that happened. And there's great footage of it. You can go online. We got to do a bit where Tony Patrico was managing the other team, and he was in the ring taunting my guy and dangling a set of keys in front of his eyes because Dan Housen was chained to the turnbuckle with a lock, and he needed that key to be free.
Yeah, of course.
So I sneak into the ring. Crowd goes nuts. They're all chanting Brown and Crouppen or whatever. It was a lot of fun. I came up with my arm behind, went right under Tony's backside, to get him in the jewels, real good.
Fighting dirty.
He went down in just a heavy heap of mass flesh, and then I pulled the keys away, got him over to Dan Housen. He unlocked the turnbuckle, and then all hell broke loose. It was fabulous. So anyway, yes, that's my big background in professional
wrestling.
But if you go into now, what is it online?
No,
is it the Wrestling Encyclopedia?
Yeah, they have a cagematch.net. When they have the Glory Pro results, you will see my father's name listed and Patrico's name listed.
Right, and they have if you go to that, you have it has every wrestling match right in the history of wrestling.
Yeah,
like
it does.
In every platform, AEW, right?
Yeah,
like it's
cage match.
I'm in the Wrestling Encyclopedia
right there.
Nice. Okay. Well, you got that going for you.
I mean,
which is nice.
Doug's, you don't believe the sweet science of wrestling is 100% on the up and up. Is that right?
Oh, it's definitely on the up and up. I think people know that it's choreographed, but I mean, it is violent and beautiful.
Don't you like that? Violent and beautiful?
Violent, no. I've never seen this side of you, Ed.
Well, you know what? I'm not that into it personally, but I totally understand why people would be. I get that it taps into like the most primal side of ourselves.
Yeah, good guy against bad guys.
And the emotional manipulation of it, we surrender to it. We just enjoy it. We want to be led into sort of this over the top, crazy story of clear good and evil type of stuff. You know, it scratches us where we itch as a people, and we're physical. Right?
Scratches us where we itch.
People were very physical.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. John, you used to like me.
Oh, no.
Did I lose you? I mean,
Brody come by himself next Tuesday.
That is reading the Michelob Ultra YouTube channel. John Scores is, and they went Larry Nickel to call in.
I was just going to say, this is getting awkward because it is Tuesday, and this show, which I'm new to, has always had a guy call on Tuesdays to talk pro wrestling.
That's right.
But Jackson doesn't let him on the show.
Oh, really?
So it's really awkward.
Larry Nickel. You know Larry Nickel?
No, but I want to know why Jackson doesn't let him on the show.
Well,
Jackson, what's going on there?
You deny that.
Jackson doesn't have a mic.
You have a grease board.
Can you use, okay,
you know
he used some sign language that I don't think is radio appropriate.
You would say nonsense, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Well, you can speak.
It's like his lips
I
are
can still
glued
hear
together.
you. He denies those accusations.
Also, I think a totally different topic, but I think worth mentioning. I'm sure you did, but look at this. Get Larry and Brody on and let them go real deep, and we could just all sit back and be amazed because some of the people that know this stuff, they know it like you wouldn't believe.
Oh, yeah.
Know it.
Yeah.
That's part of the wrestling on the spectrum idea, is that there's a community out there that follows this stuff so obsessively that they really nerd out on it, and nobody more so than Brody. I'm amazed by what he knows. But how about this fact? If the year ended today, the Cardinals would be in the playoffs. Have you talked about that fact? They're in exclusively. They're not tied right now for a wild card. They'd
Really?
be in.
You think they can keep that up?
I do. I mean, listen, I think at this point, you'd be on the negative side to say that they can't, and we're in the second half of the season now.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't call it a fluke anymore.
Full game ahead of the Padres.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that they're playing the Pirates at a time right now where the Pirates are on just an insane offensive clip. They're putting up, the fact that they put up 7 yesterday, that was kind of a light day for them recently.
How long till Paul Skeens is a member of your Yankees? Another year? 2 years?
More likely a Dodger.
Or a Dodger. Okay,
Dodger.
That's the thing is you used to be able to say that. You used to feel like it was inevitable that a big star would wind up in pinstripes, but I do think nowadays when there's a big star, the first conversation
from
is
the area of LA.
The Dodgers.
Yeah, the LA area, that's going to lead them more to be a Dodger.
I don't think it's just been their success. I think it's the Asian ball players because it's so much more convenient playing on the West Coast. And so many of the big stars that have come over, from Ohtani to Yamamoto and everybody else. So, it's really bolstered them.
Who have the Yankees chased? Soto being the obvious, but who in recent years have they been snubbed, do you think?
I sometimes think that the Yankees don't go after somebody because they already know they're not going to get him, and they don't want to look like they can't still get the guy. Because, they didn't go after Ohtani. Don't tell me they wouldn't have wanted Ohtani. Who wouldn't have wanted Ohtani? But they didn't even make an effort. And we know it's not because they couldn't afford him. I think they knew there's not a chance we're going to get him, and we don't want to look bad.
Because they got Stanton, they got Cole.
Stanton was a trade. Now, Cole, they did get.
He had to want to go there was part of it, right? Because he didn't want to come to St. Louis. Wow. I'm just saying, as far as players wanting to be a Yankee.
Yeah. I imagine that most of them do, but then there's a percentage that absolutely do not. Like Ken Griffey Jr., he had very personal reasons for it. But he always swore up and down he'd never play for the Yankees. Greg Maddux, who's my favorite all-time ball player, and he wouldn't pitch for the Yankees. They wanted him when he got his free agent deal with the Braves. The Yankees actually offered Maddux more money than the Braves did. Now, at the time, I think it was Maddux was old school baseball, and he still wanted a bat and do the whole National League strategy. But even so, he made it clear he didn't want to pitch for the Yankees. So
they said the other night when Sonny Gray had his big game,
what a game that was.
They said, he threw a Maddux. And what exactly is a Maddux?
Anytime you throw a complete game with less than 100 pitches, it's a Maddux.
Oh, okay.
That's an active stat, and we actually almost saw one. We were out in Kansas City last week at the Rays Royals game, and Shane Baz for the
Rays. He pitched a stellar game.
He was, and looked like he was going to pitch a Maddux, and then they didn't let him pitch the ninth inning, and the chances of him getting it were very low at that point. But I mean, that Sonny Gray game might have been, statistically, it might have been the greatest one-hitter thrown. I mean,
otherwise, it's a perfect game. Yeah.
I mean, it's a one-hitter. Nobody else gets on base. He strikes out double digits. He pitches the whole thing with under 100 pitches. I mean, what an absolutely incredible game.
Yeah. Was Michael Walker's start where he gave up a hit? Was it the first
in the ninth
hitter?
inning? Was that Ryan Zimmerman?
Or was it?
It was a ninth inning.
Didn't he have another one where he gave up a hit like the first hitter?
No, that's Shelby Miller did that.
Okay.
Gave up a hit and then retired the next 27.
Yes, that's what it was. That's a Shelby.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
called a
and
Shelby.
Walker, he was an out away from a perfect game or a no hitter. He was at that game.
Well,
I was
the
watching on
Nationals.
TV.
Attitude.
That was a little bouncer up the middle.
A little infield deal. Man, that was crushing. And as a dad, I just wanted, even though he was so young, I just wanted him to see that so badly. But that's life. Sometimes you get it. Sometimes you just get near it.
All right.
Ed Herman, Brody in on Tuesdays here on TMA. Always good to talk it over with you guys. The presenting sponsor of TMA is Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com. 314-222-2222, 314-222-2222. And you'll be able to catch longtime TMA listeners and fans of Ken Iggy Strode. Doug and I shared a table with Iggy at the Plowboys wedding last Saturday.
Oh, wow. Plowboy got married.
Plowboy got married, yeah. And so Doug performed the ceremony.
Did you really?
He was the officiant. So we were at the table with Iggy.
I performed Andy Kruppen's wedding.
That's what we were talking about. Yeah, Terry or Andy were talking about that.
I took that really, really seriously. Did you take yours very seriously?
Not really.
I felt like these people had,
Doug did a hell of a job. He really
gave
did
me an
a good job.
outline of what they wanted said, so it wasn't hard.
I came up with material. I tested it with focus groups. I'm
really?
Serious. Yeah, I wanted to make sure all my jokes landed.
Focus
in the right
groups?
spot. Yeah. I put together like 5 or 6 focus groups. Listen, Doug, I'm taking my stuff seriously.
I guess.
I just felt like that was such a responsibility given to me.
Yeah, there's some pressure there. You don't want to ruin it. It's the bride's biggest day of her life.
She's been dreaming about this since the time she was a little girl.
Yeah.
So, and you notice in the chat too, we'll know for next time, but a lot of people up there wanted to talk wrestling with Brody once they saw.
Well,
there you go, Doug.
Once you get the wrestling people, they speak.
That's it.
They speak.
Maybe next time for fun, we talk a little wrestling.
Wow.
Yeah, step into the ring.
314-222-2222, or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. Ed, Brody, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
Take
guys.
care.
Big announcement Tuesday.
Be safe.
Thanks, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called TMA, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, online at brownandcrouppen.com, or by calling 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Jackson, I feel like you got to let Larry talk now.
Yeah, he's always welcome.
There you go. John Scores says he isn't, but John Scores is ranked 3rd, I think, currently by YouTube.
I don't know the rankings. I just
Vulture YouTube chat. Larry, call in 314-974-0101. Andy Strickland's going to be with us at 9 o'clock. Alec Burleson with us at 9:30. And the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. This is TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
In the market for a new vehicle, go to autoloanpro.com. Doesn't matter what your circumstance or situation is. They're going to get you into a new vehicle with little to no money down. Got to work hard, get you the best rate possible. How do they do it? Well, Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. Financing a car, only one thing to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro. Go to that website, autoloanpro.com. You'll see Robert Thomas on there, and then just scroll down, and there's a free playbook. Download that playbook. It helps you understand the credit industry, how it works, what kind of car you can afford this time, and maybe next time around there's a different car you have in mind. Working with all these different lenders, making sure you get the best deal possible. Anybody could sell you a car. It takes a pro to do it right. It is a large purchase. It can get complicated. Whatever your situation is, they're going to help you out. Autoloanpro.com, part of the Lita family. Check them out online for your next vehicle, and make sure you download that free playbook. Added bonus there from your friends at Auto Loan Pro.
Doug, Missy Misdemeanor Elliott is our return music here in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour, and I have an obligation to ask Jackson Burkett the reason for hearing from Missy Elliott.
Today is her birthday. Does anyone want to take a guess on Missy Misdemeanor Elliott?
What's her era, like 30 years ago?
I'm going to go 53, Martin.
Oh, I was going to go 52.
I'll go 54.
Doug nails it. She's 54.
All right. Yeah, I thought so.
Price is Right thing.
Thought so.
Did she appear at the Super Bowl in one of those Super Jams?
I'm not sure.
I want to look it up. That's all right. Carry on.
It's crowdsourcing?
Well, got potato guns open.
Light crowdsourcing?
Yeah.
I got Hoosiers, the movie open. I got Potato Guns open. Now I'm going to go Missy Elliott.
You don't see enough potato guns anymore. No? Probably because if you pulled it out, you get shot, right? Stop him. He's got a gun. It's just a potato. Shoot him anyway.
Thank you.
Better in the back.
Thank you for the delicious fries.
Missy Elliott was part of the Katy Perry halftime show.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
She performed a medley of her hit songs, including Get Your Freak On, Work It, and then Doug's favorite, Lose Control.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it.
Okay, well, I am thinking about it right now in a very serious way.
When you do think about it, email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. That comes your way at 10:45 the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Martin, you are a Design Air client through and through.
Love Design Air, especially this time of year. We like to tell folks if you have an issue with the air conditioning, it's a little bit of a panic. It's upsetting because it's so hot out. You want to make sure you're going to the pros. You're going to get it done right. That's designairservice.com. Set up your appointment online. Even if you just get the feeling it's not working quite right, you can tell it's just a little bit damp. It's just not as cool or crisp as it should be. Might just need a tune-up. Again, set up that appointment at designairservice.com. A great place to work, a great place to work with. They've been doing this for more than a century now. Family-owned operation. Sometimes these successful businesses will sell it to an outside group. Not the case. Still, family-run operation at Design Air. Year-round, whatever you need, heating, cooling, help, these are the folks to reach out to. Longest-running sponsor on TMA. Support them. It's designairservice.com.
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. And you can email in for that email today and get 2 tickets to Adam Sandler on Friday, October 17th at Enterprise Center, 101 ESPN, with your shot to score 2 tickets to Adam Sandler on Friday, October 17th at Enterprise Center. Tickets are on sale now. You can find all the details and a bonus chance to win free tickets to the show right now at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. That is how you can win. In addition to emailing in for today's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. In yesterday's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, June emailer of the month, Buck Swope, chastised Jackson, owner of goodorbad.com, for not being aware of the New York Times rankings of the top 100 films of the first 25 years of the 21st century.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Jackson, have you had a chance to review the list?
I am looking at it as we speak.
Oh, I was gonna pepper you with questions to get your rankings.
And as I go to the New York Times, it says you are only subscribed to The Athletic, so I cannot read it.
Okay. Awesome. So you do not know the answer. Would you like to take a bet on how confident you are that you can get 3 of the top 10?
Pretty confident I can get 3 of the top 10.
All right. Doug, do you think you could get 3?
Probably not.
Okay.
There Will Be Blood?
There Will Be Blood is on the list, and it's ranked number 3. Doug, did you ever see that with the great Daniel Day-Lewis?
No, never saw it.
2007.
Did not see it.
Okay.
What's it about?
Oil. It's about an oil tycoon in the early part of the 20th century.
Okay.
Maybe late.
And he injected oil into his veins just to get ready for the part.
I drink your milkshake. If I'm going to say There Will Be Blood, then I will say No Country for Old Men makes top 10.
No Country for Old Men is not in the top 10.
Okay. Social Network.
Social Network is number 10.
Okay. Saving Private Ryan?
That would be 98.
Oh, darn it.
I will say Oppenheimer probably landed in the top 10.
Oh, No Country for Old Men is in there. No, I apologize. Number 6. So you already got there.
All right, cool.
You already got home.
All right.
Look at this guy.
Cool.
Martin, that's why you invest in goodorbad.com.
Cool.
Even though it's pre-revenue, now is the time. Get in while you can.
Spotlight, maybe in the top 10? I'd be surprised.
Moonlight.
Moonlight, great call. God,
What do you think is number 1?
Can we have initials?
All I need is a decade.
The teens.
Parasite.
Yes, this guy.
Wow.
No, are you starting to believe?
Wow.
This is why I invested. And that's why I didn't ask for a business plan.
And in case anyone says I'm cheating, you can see my screen right here. It says I am not subscribed to the New York Times, just The Athletic. Therefore, I was not looking at it, nor have I seen this before.
And who came up with the ratings?
New York Times.
One writer on the New York Times
A.O.
decided
Scott retired, so I don't know who probably would have done that.
Adam Scott retired. Doug, beautiful golf swing. Definitely the most classic.
I think A.O. Scott retired. I'm not positive on that, actually.
Parasite's budget? I think is this a Korean vehicle?
It is.
Yeah.
It was made by Bong Joon-ho.
11 million apparently was the budget and made 258 million.
So that's ROI season right there.
That's
what I'm expecting for my investment in goodorbad.com.
So why don't we make a movie?
Might as well. By the way, Doug, 500 directors, actors, and Hollywood producers voted on this.
That's right. They sent out a poll. That's right.
Superbad number 100.
Great call. I love Superbad so much. We played that song, that Michael Cera a cappella song. Sometimes coming back. I love that movie. Yeah, I mean, if those 4 are in the top 10, I feel that's pretty solid.
Do you have a problem with Gladiator only being number 92?
That seems about right. Best picture
put
winner.
It at 92?
I wouldn't have put. Well, I'd have to see the 91 selections beforehand, but it's for sure a top 100. But is it a top 50? I don't know. Probably.
Lord of the Rings is 87.
That would be the Fellowship of the Ring.
Yep.
But yeah, Return of the King's probably way higher.
85, Anchorman.
Love that.
Mm-hmm. I would put that higher.
Where's The Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou?
That probably did not make the list. It would make my top 100, though, Martin.
What about Moonrise Hotel?
Moonrise Kingdom. Moonrise Hotel is the loop. Moonrise Kingdom. People like that more than I do. I'm not the biggest fan.
Jackson, you have said, "Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou" is your favorite film?
It's my favorite movie ever, yep.
It's number 76.
Nice. Hell yeah.
How about that one that was set in Missouri about the billboards?
3 billboards outside of Ebbing, Missouri.
Yeah.
Probably not in the top 100 if I had to guess. It was not. It was loved by some critics, not all.
Francis McDormand.
The great Francis McDormand.
Not Tony Collette. I get those two somehow.
No, Tony Collette, Australian, Francis McDormand, American.
Yeah, sorry.
The Hurt Locker, 2009. That is ranked 68th. Spotlight Jackson, 66. You thought that might be.
Really?
Now you're not happy. Oppenheimer, 65.
Also.
Now you're not happy.
It's
now
all
he's not
subjective.
happy, Doug. Now it's starting. Gone Girl was ahead of them at 64.
I do love Gone Girl.
You're not happy because it's all subjective. The best movie is the movie you like the most.
Oh, it is.
Not the best that some director or some writer liked the most. It's what you like the most.
a collection of.
No matter. Doesn't matter.
100%. But I think
Whiplash, 60.
Love it. Probably should be higher. Boy, Spotlight wins in 2015, which is a great movie year, and then it's only in the 60s. That's
Uncut
tough.
Gems with our email of the day prize.
Adam Sandler,
Great 58.
Yep. And they're making another movie coming up soon.
Best in Show, 57. And that's what Buck Swope was emailing in, Martin. He sent Jackson the film. Jackson still has refused to watch it. And Buck Swope is now pulling his investment from goodorbad.com, despite it being pre-ordered.
That hurts.
Rich Gould, that might be his favorite film. Barely in the qualification. It was made in 2000.
Yeah. Same with Oh Brother, if I'm not mistaken. Oh Brother also made in 2000.
Doug, Oh Brother, of course, being Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Okay.
If it hadn't been previously mentioned, I wouldn't have said it that way.
Borat, 53.
Yeah. Borat could probably even be higher. Borat's so good. My laugh.
How about that? like Rich Little.
We watched a series, and he was
Sacha Baron
he
Cohen.
was a real serious actor.
Yeah,
is that the Chicago 7?
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken?
He was, him and Kendall Roy were, who were the two
Jeremy
hippies?
Strong, Doug?
The one I saw, their son died and on vacation somewhere, and he and the wife. It's the woman, maybe Kate Blanchett, maybe
like Kate Blanchett.
is helping. Okay, I got a lot of tabs open. Carry on.
All right, no, look
Almost
that up.
Famous, 47.
Also a 2000 movie.
Moneyball, 45.
Probably my favorite baseball movie.
But not your favorite film, which of course is
Oh Brother,
not
Art
known. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, 44.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Would that
Don't
probably,
say hell yeah.
Inglourious Bastards probably would have been the highest ranked Quentin Tarantino movie of the 2000s, I would probably say.
Lady Bird, 39.
The great Greta Gerwig.
The great.
Clip that off. Yeah. Call Me By Your Name, 37.
Chalamet, Army Hammer. So much tension.
Okay, stop it.
Luca Guadagnino, boy, does he know how to rev it up.
Reviews.
Disclaimer was the show with Baron Cohen as well as Kate Blanchett.
Bridesmaids, 32.
Friend of the show, John Hamm, mentioned that in his interview with us. That will play as a best of on the 4th of July.
And he'll be calling in for a hockey offseason.
That's right.
Hot stove talk.
Stove. The Departed, 31. Uh-oh, Jackson shaking his head. Something just happened right
Not
now.
over Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. That's crazy. Jack Nicholson can't phone in that performance like that and get ranked that high.
He phoned that in?
Kidding me? Big time.
You had to be kidding there, dude.
He banned Red Sox, big LA guy he is. He banned Red Sox hats on the set and stuff. He was apparently not the most fun to work with late in his career.
He went to the Celtics-Lakers NBA Finals. He was walking in as the old garden. Somebody outside made T-shirts when you could probably still get away with it. It said LA sucks.
Yeah.
And he's like, how many you got? And he bought all of them.
Casey Affleck wore one of those in Good Will Hunting. Or a I Hate LA shirt.
Boyhood ranked 23rd.
The great Richard Linklater.
It's a little
okay,
slow.
stop with these mini reviews.
Oh, but it's a cinematic achievement. They shot it over.
It's a cinematic.
They shot it over 25 years.
I understand.
That's cool.
It's still a little slow.
Love Dick Linklater, director of Dazed and Confused.
I preferred Art Linklater.
He did Dazed and Confused. Richard Linklater.
Wolf of Wall Street, 20.
Yeah, Scorsese has a classic in every decade.
Could you list them?
Sure. Taxi Driver in the 70s.
There you go, Doug.
Raging Bull in the 80s, or you can go King of Comedy. That's a late period, that's come on as of late. In the 90s, you go Casino or Goodfellas, but probably Goodfellas. 2000s, Departed. 2010s, Wolf of Wall Street. 2020s, I like Killers of the Flower Moon.
Irishman
2019.
Oh, no. Yeah. Missed it.
Brokeback Mountain, 17.
Oh, gosh.
Robbed.
Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, 16.
Love the title.
Inglourious Bastards, Jackson?
15.
14.
14.
I like that one.
Yeah,
that's a great one.
Amazing.
Let's see. Social Network, 10. As I made reference
I would say that's
number 1, Parasite. Get Out is at 7.
Great.
Oh, no, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, 7.
Chuck Kaufman.
This guy. Doug, he knows it all. I mean, I think at this point now, you're gonna have to stop taking investors on. You've got so many people who want a piece of goodorbad.com now.
I know, yeah. We'll go public. Maybe I'll start a coin. Initial
You're
coin
gonna have an
offering.
IPO?
ICO, too. I'll do both. Film coin.
Film coin.
Yeah.
But the website is rather simplistic. People
Right, cut out the red tape.
and you just judge good or bad.
Now, one of the core issues with the website, which is why my attorney are talking with Jackson, who perhaps has yet to retain counsel for whatever reason, is the goodorbad.com does not own the domain goodorbad.com, so we might be changing the name to goodorbad.net.
Not that exact domain, but I have a domain. Just know I've acquired a domain.
Have you?
That's no joke. I have one.
You can do
really
that
do?
for $9.95 on GoDaddy.
That's right. Well, it's a step in the right direction. You know?
But what have you done with
All
it?
wins are big wins. What's up?
What's up?
Have you done anything with it yet?
No.
It's kind of like Iggy's book.
Well, like when you buy a steak and put it in the freezer, it's not going to waste. It'll be there.
This list is stupid. Nobody cares about this list. How about a list of underachieving St. Louis adults? 5, Kai. 4, Horton Watkins. 3, Jaime Garcia. 2, The Virgin. 1, Iggy. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. He just did a list.
Yeah, jeez.
Horton Watkins, Jaime Garcia, Sweet Kai on the same list.
That was a bad little list.
That was a grenade of a shot.
Bombed out.
Yeah, me and Eric Fetty.
I mean, Garcia even got nicked.
I love Jackson, but calling everybody the Great is like a Hollywood film douche knighting. That's
Yeah,
from Arbor
100%.
Day.
I've come to the conclusion on my own that I cannot talk about movies without sounding like a huge pretentious D-bag. So I just have to lean into it.
Do you?
There's no way around it.
You've leaned.
Oh, yeah. I'm in there. Trust me, I'm aware. I'm painfully aware.
Please start making up the rest of the list with Michael Bay movies just to mess with Pale. That's from Carlos Spicy.
Yeah, Transformers, Dark Side of the Moon.
Take note, kids. If your flex is watching and knowing this many movies, you've got a problem. Go outside and talk to some girls. This is pathetic. Doug, that's from Gooner Reloaded.
Yeah, a guy named Gooner Reloaded is really going to hit me right in the heart with that one. Get out of here. Even though I love that name.
Borat sucks.
Terrible take. It's just one of the worst takes ever.
I thought it was hysterical.
Borat's amazing.
You can't look at him anymore without thinking of that movie.
Borat's there was not a sleepover I went to, probably from the ages of 8 to 10, that Borat wasn't on the TV at some point in the night.
At least any of your sleepovers did you watch Borat?
No,
probably
we didn't watch
point in the
naked
night.
men wrestling.
Put that up.
At some point in the night, Borat was probably that or Dodgeball. Those were staples.
Can we get Zoe Saldana crying for her mother would really ice this segment's cake? That's from Arbor Day. What is Zoe Saldana crying?
I just don't know.
When she won Best Supporting Actress last year, she did some weeping. For her grandmother.
Jackson, the Borat director, stopped talking to Sacha Baron Cohen after he started, quote, surrounding himself with show business people and pulling away from subversive humor. Wanted to be more
Larry
of a
Chuck.
traditional Larry Charles.
Larry Charles, Seinfeld, Entourage, Curb Your
Was it
Enthusiasm.
Cheers, maybe, too?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Pulled away from
That guy
Sacha.
probably has so much money, it's not even funny. I bet I'm gonna look up Larry Charles. If you're on Seinfeld, Curb, Entourage, all those shows, Cheers.
Moneyball is the favorite baseball movie ever over The Natural or Field of Dreams? Are you insane? That's from the Southside Seaman season ticket holder.
Field of Dreams and Moneyball aren't even in the same category.
What are you trying to say, bro?
Field of Dreams is an incredible sentimental movie about fathers and time lost, but as a baseball movie, Moneyball is in a class of its own. That and Bull Durham to me are like next level.
Field of Dreams, little sappy.
Little much.
What about Major League?
Love Major League, but that's a comedy. That's a true comedy. Bull Durham kind of bridges the gap. Moneyball is a pretty straight drama.
I love this segment, but Jackson cannot be reputable on the topic until he's seen American Pie and Girl Next Door. Get cultured, punk bitch. That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike.
Seen American Pie. Still need to see Girl Next Door.
He bailed on the Girl Next Door about halfway through in a stunning development that truly broke my heart. You broke my heart.
I feel bad. I need to revisit.
Like, was that Timothy Oliphant?
I don't know who it was.
Who was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
Why isn't Boogie Nights on that stupid list?
It was made in 97.
That's the worst. It was wacko, and there's your answer.
No, I'll do it.
Kid is locked in over here.
How do you remember what year all the movies were made in? Who cares what year they were made in, but you remember all of them.
Well, usually like when the movie pops up, like sometimes in parentheses they'll have the year, and for whatever reason I can pick up on that. Like I'm also really good with Cardinal baseball numbers, like Jaime Garcia, 54. Sonny Gray also wears 54.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like
Bohart?
I have before my time.
Huh.
Only guys in my
Placido Polanco?
Also probably just before my time. Was he on the team in like 04 or 05?
No, he's like 99, 2000.
Way
Traded for
before my
Roland, 2000.
That's right.
Really? So he went...
Mike Timlin. Bud Smith, fun buddy.
And then he ended up on the 06 Tigers team, didn't he?
Yeah, good hitter.
Yeah, he had that like a full turtleneck headpiece that they all wear now, that Nolan Arenado wears over his hat.
When it's
which
80.
really bothers Dot Light and friends.
Dot Light. Placido Polanco, pretty good little hitter.
Yeah, he was a decent player.
What do you think, Doug? How many career hits? Placido.
Career hits? Oh, did you say career hits?
Oh, yeah.
I'd say he had maybe 912.
I'd take the over.
1,800.
More than that.
I'm going to take the under on 1,800, the over on Doug's number.
21, 42.
Really?
He had 2,100
about
hits?
that?
How long did he play?
Crap.
Two-time All-Star. He played, so he debuted in 98 for the Cardinals. Great year, 1998 he debuted, and then he didn't finish playing until 2013 in Miami. Long run.
Wow, yeah, that is a hell of a run.
21-40. I would not have guessed that. 2,142 hits for Placido Polanco.
Here's a fun fact for no and tell. Well, I'll let you take a bet. There were two former Cardinals at first base, if you include the coach, when Adam Wainwright struck out Brandon Inge for the first World Championship in St. Louis since 1982. Name them. Go.
Andy Van Slyke.
Nice, Martin. Nice.
Is that the hard one?
Yeah.
Who's the first?
Did you say two former Cardinals at first base?
If you include the coach, which Martin did already.
Was Polanco playing first?
No. He was at first base when the Tigers were up and Inge struck out. See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? And then Van Slyke was right there.
This is one of the more TMA segments of all time where we're talking movies for 90% of it, and at the end, somehow we find out that Placido Polanco is a criminally underrated hitter.
And then I just got this heap of Adderall that I'm just going to snort right
It's
here.
so seamless.
Well, Arenado doesn't even
Dig in for a live read.
Support the sponsor.
Arenado doesn't even have 2,000 hits yet.
That's why I thought there's no way in hell Polanco had more.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
That is a stunning number, but it goes back to his longevity. you know?
Yeah, and I that TikTok account I follow that will just show random rosters from the early 2000s. 6 of the 9 guys were hitting 290 or better. It's just guys I feel like we're just getting on base way more.
Career batting average for Polanco, 297. I mean,
we underrate this Placido Polanco.
Man, we'll get
and he did play in a slightly different era. I mean, not many people hit 297 at all anymore.
That's what I'm saying. You go up and down rosters of good teams from that era. There are guys, almost all of them, hitting around 300.
Should we start getting a case going for him to go to Cooperstown?
I mean, sheesh.
I don't know that he was that
2,000
might be
plus hits.
overstating it.
Speaking of Cooperstown, the recent passing of the Cobra, Dave Parker, has got a former Major League star really pissed about Hall of Fame voting, and he aired his grievances yesterday. Well, we will have that audio for you in the very next segment. Andy Strickland in studio at 9 o'clock, and then Alec Burleson with us from Pittsburgh at 9:30. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Giving away 2 tickets to Adam Sandler on October 17th. You can get yours and learn more by going to 101ESPN.com. Win the email of the day, sponsored by Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, and you get 2 tickets to see Adam Sandler, so why not write in and take your shot? Mike Mankini sent in a serious Jordan Walker take, and the man nearly won. So you don't have to be Buck Swope to win. You don't have to be Jerry Big Tank Del Vecchio to win.
No.
You don't have to be the Rat and Bloomsdale to win.
No.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com to win those 2 Adam Sandler tickets. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. You will hear from the former Major League star, furious with the Hall of Fame. That's next on TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Aesthetic Design and Build. Aesthetic Design and Build, building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. They are online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or you can check them out by seeing their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. I did that. They walked me through all the different types of custom work that they're capable of doing, really specialize in full-on custom deck work. They can add on a pergola for you if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They can do that as well. Check out their showroom and let their expert team walk you through all the different outdoor solutions they offer, from pergolas and retractable screens all the way to their patented underdecking system. Their goal is to provide a custom solution that matches the look and the feel of your home. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, with a showroom in Chesterfield Valley. Aesthetic Design and Build, outdoor living spaces expertly designed. the kid from Home Improvements. TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Andy Strickland is going to be with us. Jordan Kyrou not traded by the time his no-trade clause kicked in last night at 11 o'clock Central. Get Andy Strickland's perspective on that and the Blues free agency pursuits. Alec Burleson with us, friend of the program on the Callier and Thompson phone lines from Pittsburgh, where the Cardinals will try to handle Paul Skeens, although Burleson has handled Paul Skeens just fine throughout the course of his career. In Pittsburgh, they are mourning the loss of a gentleman who was scheduled to go into the Hall of Fame at the end of this month, but Dave Parker passed away this past weekend, and that means that someone from his family will have to deliver his acceptance speech. And when you think about, to me, one of the most famous ones, and Martin, I know we've talked about it, is Buck O'Neil, who didn't get in, but then the year after he died, he did get in. The Pete Rose situation, he's now eligible now that he's passed.
Didn't that happen to Ron Santo also?
I believe you're correct.
Yeah.
Dave Parker was somebody who I think a lot of people thought, man, why is that guy not in? He had a bad knee, and I think it might have limited his numbers, but won the World Series with the A's and the Pirates. And did not get in until this past year. He was going to go in and make his acceptance speech at the end of the month. Will not get the chance to do that, passing away at the age of 74. Gary Sheffield was on. Which podcast was Sheffield on, Jackson, that you have?
This is Foul Territory.
Foul Territory as well. Here is Gary Sheffield not happy with the Baseball Hall of Fame and baseball writers.
I say I'm so upset with Major League Baseball and the Hall of Fame because it's not funny no more. We're playing with people's lives that deserve to be here, and they never got a chance to walk across that stage, and that bothered me to the core. You know, his wife, Kelly, is an amazing woman, and she said, Gary, one thing that Dave knew is that he's in. I know what he meant to you, son. He knew he was going in, and that was enough for him. These guys, you know, Pete Rose, I understand the mistake he made, but Pete Rose was baseball to me. So we didn't understand that negative press and that negative stuff towards baseball players. And when Pete Rose died and didn't get to walk across that stage, I had that same emotion.
Base hit.
Right there at the end.
It's hard to believe Parker wasn't in. In the late 70s, he was the best player in the world. He was an unbelievable player. Now, some of his numbers aren't that impressive by today's standards. He only had, 339 home runs, and you would have thought maybe more. He was 6'5", 230. But in the 70s and 80s, guys didn't necessarily go up there swinging for the home run all the time. He was a 300 hitter many times during his career. But if you ever saw him play, he was also a Gold Glove outfielder with one of the best throwing arms you've ever seen. If you saw him play, you'd think, my goodness, this has got to be one of the best players who's ever done it.
Kind of Edmonds asking that he was very good at defense, very good hitter, but wasn't an unbelievable home run hitter. Wasn't like in one category, although I guess you could argue Edmonds defensively would have been dominant in one category. Parker had 3 Gold Gloves, but it does suck if somebody is, quote, worthy when they do have to wait till they're already deceased. He's in poor health the last couple of years. I did a Zoom with, I think he wrote a book during COVID, and we did a Zoom interview. It was really awkward because it was one of those, like, the light was coming in behind him. So I'm sitting in my house going, hey, Mr. Dave, hi, could you move a little? It was really, really awkward. Like, yeah, it's still kind of washed out. Is there any way you could move over? But I know even then, and I don't know if it was Parkinson's.
It was Parkinson's.
Was it? Okay.
Parkinson's, I think, in 2012.
Gosh. And I know Chip mentioned on the broadcast last night to just Google the one play in Seattle, the All-Star game, the throw to the plate.
Oh, my goodness.
God. It was
rocket.
Other than
right
Ankiel in Colorado, I can't think of too many throws that like are locked in your memory bank.
And if I remember right, he came back as a Cardinal hitting coach one year.
He did. He was with the Cardinals in 1998.
Yeah, and I think he did that just to keep his name out there for the Hall of Fame recognition. He didn't want people to forget him. And I guess they did forget him until now.
The string of hitting coaches, just resumes. I mean, George Hendrick, Dave Parker, Hal McRae, Mike Easler, Mark McGwire. I mean, these guys were unbelievable.
Why do you hate Mitchell Page?
Mitchell Page. These guys were unbelievable hitters.
I'm I'm watching that throw for the first time.
You've never seen it?
No, looking at it
Chip
right now.
even said last night, kids, you need to Google this.
It's unbelievable.
It's insane.
It's unbelievable.
The Kingdome in Seattle, he's in like the corner in right field.
Yeah, do it home on the fly.
Also one of the worst slides I think I've ever seen.
Have you seen Bo Jackson's? Bo Jackson's
Bo
throw
Jackson
from left field?
Yeah. Cespedes of like modern era is probably like way up there for folks, but this is unbelievable.
Is it Jonas?
Yeah.
Yoenis, right?
You have to look at the 2002 AL MVP voting and tell me why Miguel Tejada won with less than a 6 WAR. Tommy Edman had a higher WAR in 2021. Duck, that's from Cronky's Cuck Stash.
That's what this is all leading to?
Miguel Tejada on that 2002 Moneyball Athletics team, not mentioned in the film.
Nor were the 3 pitchers. They had 3 of the best pitchers in the league.
Listen, you want that? Watch a documentary. And
yet it's still your favorite baseball picture.
Let Sorkin cook. That's what I say.
Doug, let Sorkin cook.
I've never said that in my life.
My text inbox exploding here. Jackson, a friend of the show, Josh, who works at 550, says, tell Jackson to get a digital subscription to the New York Times, then you get the Athletic for free.
Oh.
A 2-for-1.
Oh, well, 2-for.
Proprietor over at Mellow Mushroom, Mike Vintage, says, Bo Jackson, ? I believe Doug referenced, in terms of great arm.
Oh, unbelievable throwing arm.
And then Andy Strickland said, not sure what's going on. Right lanes. Strick is stuck in traffic.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that 270 right now, Martin. It's a whole thing with the construction. Forget about it.
Have you ever driven 270 south at any time past like 10 a.m. and not sat in bumper-to-bumper traffic? At least in this part of the...
I drive 270 every day.
Test.
Yeah,
I drive it every day. It gets bad like early afternoon.
Yeah,
like
it's
2
brutal.
to 4 or so, 4:30.
It's brutal.
You know what they got in that Carmel, Indiana, that suburban Indiana, a beautiful town.
Big growing area, right?
Really, everything's brand new. It's beautiful. But every block is one of those roundabouts. And I still haven't quite mastered the kind of like Chevy Chase and European just going around and around.
Little kids, big bed parlor.
Oh, then you got your directions like turn left at the second left. Like, okay, was that a left?
On the
Did I
fourth
miss it?
exit, yeah.
Yes, and just looping. And I guess it helps traffic move along quicker. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
I haven't quite got that down yet.
So Andy Strickland is going to be with us. He's just not here yet. He's en route. He's got a traffic situation going on. But he's going to be with us here in the Marcana Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. It's 101 ESPN. And you can watch the program on YouTube and talk it over with other TMA listeners. 220 friends have gathered in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra is 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates, and a longtime TMA sponsor, both of the show, now of the YouTube chat, and also of the Dotem. Plus, we'll have another golf tournament coming up for TMA listeners. Michelob Ultra on a beautiful summer day out with some friends. Michelob Ultra, a perfect way to accompany the festivities. 95 calories. That's it. 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Sponsor of the YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. The Huntley Hot Wife Center said, Happy Bobby Bonilla Day, and we have tracked it down, Martin. It goes to 2035. The man will continue to receive $1.1 million.
Mm-hmm. On this day, every year, till 10 more years, Bobby Bonilla, cash and checks. And if he doesn't pull the oblique, Tim, he looked like he might have been just a tick out of shape, and then he pulled the oblique, and then Alberto Jose made the opening day roster.
He wasn't really all that enthused about being with the club. I recall he would hang out outside the Cardinal clubhouse with Don, the security guard, and watch Wheel of Fortune, which would air at 6:30 p.m. Of course, the game starting at 7, and play his guitar while watching Wheel of Fortune. So I don't know how much he was.
Show.
She was concerned about the club. They did go to the playoffs that year.
Yeah.
Bobby Bonilla.
You think he already was locked in on this contract for down the road?
Hey, in 25 years, I won't be doing anything, but I'll still have $1 million coming in.
I hope he calls his agent every year about this time and says, thank you. Thank you for the wonderful contract.
It seems like July 1st is the deferral day, because I'm on Spotrac on Twitter, and a lot of guys are getting deferred pay. Like Max Scherzer just cashed $15 million today, thanks to the Nationals.
I say Ohtani starting in 2034, he's going to get $68 million a year.
Correct.
Nice.
God.
Chris Davis secures $9 million today with 2 different deferral agreements. Seems like kind of the move.
Tim, can I snag the golf tournament days if they're already known? I really want to make it out, but I got to adjust my work schedule way in advance. That's on the 636. I don't believe that has been announced yet. Am I correct on that?
Not to my knowledge.
Is it a fall outing?
It is a fall outing. Yeah. I believe the fall time is here. The Lemmings Open. I think it might be in the first week of October. But
usually.
It's the best time of year.
Oh, it is glorious, Martin. It is glorious. Got some college football, maybe playoff baseball. Blues are starting up right around that time.
Yeah.
Battlehawks camp.
Can I get back to the Bonilla thing for just a moment?
Yeah,
sure.
I'm reading more about this.
Format here.
Yeah.
It said at the time, the Mets wanted to buy out $5.9 million of his contract. They wanted to buy that out. And instead of taking the 5.9, the Mets agreed to make annual payments of 1.2 for 25 years with 8% interest because the Mets were invested in a Bernie Madoff account that promised double-digit returns. And they thought they'd make so much money that it didn't matter.
Ooh, that hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Will Pond, former owner, was a Madoff client.
Mm-hmm.
Brutal.
Yeah, strict. All right, email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. 2 tickets to Adam Sandler. That is the prize. Andy Strickland going to be with us in the next segment on Kyrou not getting dealt by the time his no trade clause kicks in. The Blues free agent pursuits. Alec Burleson with us from Pittsburgh coming up in the second half of the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. This just in from Shams Charania, reigning MVP and NBA champion Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has agreed to a 4-year, $285 million Supermax contract with the Thunder through 2031. It is the richest annual salary for a player in league history. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You can also watch it at youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, 208 people are in there, including the number 1 ranked poster. It's now DJ Patty Cakes. That's called Taxes. Doug was number 1 in the 8 o'clock hour. He's down to number 3.
Oh, no.
These rankings are fluid, and congratulations to John Scores. He was number 3 in the 7 o'clock hour, but now he's out. He's down to, no, he's up. Now he's back up to number 2.
Well,
it's unbelievable.
I don't want his feelings hurt.
Andy Strickland is in studio with us here. And Andy, you feel like the last time you were in, you were bumped by a Cardinal player, and here it is happening yet again.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it right now because I am officially on the bandwagon. I am becoming a Cardinal fan as long as the temperature's under 90 degrees.
Then you're a fan. Goes over 90, you're out.
And I'm not going to the game, but I'll watch it. And I like this team. They're scrappy. You know what I like about the Cardinals is that nobody expected them to be good, and so everyone was like telling us how bad they were going to be. Not saying, they could be. No, it's like how bad they were going to be, people going crazy. And they're proving a lot of people wrong. Brendan Donovan has been on my staff now for a few months. Got to know him last year at the playoffs after talking to him for like a minute and a half. And great guy. Very, he's an old country bugger, right? Is that what we used to say back in the day?
Country bugger. You like that term, Doug?
I don't mind it.
We used that on
Southern
somebody.
Bugger.
Who was it? Southern bugger, country bugger.
I used to tell Rich Gould, man. I used to tell Rich Gould, that's how I would refer to the.
Now, here's what happens. Anytime there's like a big day in hockey, I'll call Strick and say, are they going to sign this guy? Who is it? I never heard of him. And then he has a Blues game where the Cardinal players, he's like, okay, I got Donovan up here, Burleson. Which one's a better talker? So we trade behind the scene. And you had Burleson, who's going to be with us in 20 minutes, but you didn't interview him, and he got a little offended.
Well, I don't know if he did or not.
You got to stick around now.
I felt very uncomfortable because I had to pick one guy, and I didn't know which one to pick. And I heard he was actually a great interview, great personality, has a lot of fun. But Brendan Donovan, was a up-and-coming player. He was great, too. He's like the nicest guy I've ever met. So,
okay,
I chose one. It wasn't easy. SGA, see, no one in the NHL will ever get these type of deals.
You're going to get Jackson going, but he doesn't have a microphone.
4-year deal, $285 million for the free throw merchant. Wow.
Free throw merchant.
So basically,
he doesn't have a mic. This is like a total cock.
Basically, an NBA player, a star player, is going to make in 1 year roughly what like the salary cap has been in the NHL. That's unbelievable, isn't that? $70 million a year.
Man.
You just have a maintenance night. You just load management, sit one out when you're playing in
Are we
Milwaukee.
still hearing about NBA players going broke, or is that no longer a thing anymore?
I don't think it's
Boy, you'd have to try at this point. You wonder how much money the owners are making when they can give that much to one player.
Exactly.
Yeah. Andy, I can't wait to hear your perspective on what didn't take place with Jordan Kyrou. You said it was not going to happen, and you were pretty vocal about that.
Yeah, well, I just don't think, even like, when the Islanders were shopping Noah Dobson, that was getting a lot of attention. He's a defenseman, and, the Blues had some interest, but the Blues also knew pretty early on in the process that he wasn't coming to the Western Conference, wasn't going to sign with the Blues.
What's that about, by the way?
He just wanted to stay out. He wanted to go to Montreal.
Okay.
I think that's a nice way of his agent saying he doesn't want to go to the Western Conference. I think he just wanted to sign with Montreal. Saw a good fit there. He's a Canadian kid. Maybe it's a team that means something to him. But, even to trade for a guy like Dobson, you're not going to have to trade your leading scorer to get him, And so, listen, Jordan Kyrou is coming off of his best season. He's not a perfect player. He got drafted in the second round. He wasn't a first-round pick, wasn't a top 10 pick. And you look at what they're getting out of this guy scoring 30 goals every year. the Blues' depth right now is at the wing position. He makes them much better, even if he's not playing on the top line with Robert Thomas, and he's going to play with whoever they bring in. They hope to bring in a center, but he really improved his game last year. You could look at it. Maybe this is the time when you sell high because he is coming off his best season. But talking to people inside with the Blues, they were saying, I said, well, how did this become such a story? They said, well, one guy puts it out, and then all these teams start calling us. And, after all these teams calling us and I guess, hey, listen, well, what do you want for him? What are you going to give us if you're going to take Jordan Kyrou? And I think that turned into a real significant rumor that was out there. But listen, I don't think the Blues were ever close or even really considering trading him. In fact, Kyrou's camp, who I was in touch with really on a daily basis, kept telling me over and over, there is nothing to this. He's not going anywhere.
Kyrou's camp, text into the show. But I think a team can call and then they say, well, we're not looking to trade him, but what'd you have in mind? That's doing your job. But then that can also lead to reports, hey, the Blues are taking calls on Kyrou. Like, well, we'll take a call on anybody.
And Doug's favorite term is the hockey trade, right?
Of course it's a hockey trade.
So, again, you can never predict hockey trades. I mean, if a team's looking to unload a significant roster player from their team, who the Blues feel like would make them better, then that's always an option, to move good players, to bring good players in. But you don't see too many teams just trading their leading goal scorer just because they want to move on from him because he's got a no-trade clause kicking in. That doesn't happen too often.
I think Army's calling all the shots, or does Steen get a little more of a voice now that he's closer to being in charge?
I think he's got a little more of a voice, but, Doug Armstrong, listen, he's going to call the shots. And I think Doug Armstrong's he's going to call the shots next year, too. When Alexander Steen officially takes over with the GM title, everything still is going to come across Doug Armstrong's desk. He's the president of hockey operations moving into next season in terms of his title. Has that title now, but he'll still be the president, which means Alexander Steen will be working under Doug Armstrong. But he's going to let Steen make some decisions, especially decisions that affect the future when he officially takes over full time and Doug Armstrong isn't going to be there. You have to let him make some decisions that he feels is setting the team up in the future.
Well, Armstrong's not old enough to just shut it down forever, is he? I mean, he could be around a while.
I think he's got he's 60 years old-ish, and I think he's got another 3 or so on this agreement.
He's got this year and then 2 years as the president.
So 3 more years kind of supervising.
And who knows?
Handing the baton.
Listen, here's the reality of the situation, and I'm just going to be honest about it. Doug Armstrong has a great reputation inside the hockey world, and once Alexander Steen takes over, I would imagine other teams are going to look at it and say, hey, would you have interest in coming to our team and being a general manager? Listen, he's not going to go to another team and work under another president, but he's been doing this for so long. It'll be interesting. Listen, I'm just like everybody else. I'm curious to see how he handles no longer being a general manager and in charge of a team after he's been doing it as long as he has, But again, he still has a couple of years on the tail end of this deal after Alexander Steen takes over. But if a team like Toronto, for example, came calling,
the reunion with Berube, another chalice
in Doug Armstrong, and they don't have a president of hockey right now. They've got Brad Treliving, who's the general manager. I don't look at Treliving as a guy who is automatic to be there long term unless Toronto really has some crazy playoff success.
Doug's been big on Treliving for a while.
Yeah, I like his style.
Could Toronto come calling again and go after Doug Armstrong?
Don't say again.
Perfect.
Stop it with a game.
I could see that happening, but again, we're a long ways away from there.
Think the Blues are shopping Leddy or Falk, or are they trying to find a trade partner? I think they're at least for sure open to that idea, right?
I think Leddy, listen, he's an interesting one because today his no-trade clause is lifted. So the Blues can trade him wherever they want, and he doesn't have really any say to dictate where he would go. And I think he would actually be interested in going to another team and being a 5 or 6. But, this past year was almost a write-off for Leddy because of the injury he dealt with. It was a real strange injury, nerve damage in his neck. It affected some other muscles, which I don't think ever fully recovered, even when he came back to play. But the year prior to that, he was unbelievable playing with Colton Parayko. They had a ton of success together, a lot of chemistry, and he's been a good player for a long time. He's not a bad guy to have around. But the fact that they haven't traded him up to this point would lead you to think that he's still going to be here, but I guess you just never know.
Mikhail Granlund, that's the name that Blues fans are buzzing about this morning. What can you tell us, Andy?
Well, listen, the Blues have legitimate interest in him. They have in the past as well. Made $5 million this past year playing with Dallas, although he was playing on the wing. Played center in San Jose prior to the trade. And he can play multiple positions. And the Blues have legit interest. They want to bring him on board. I think that's their priority, is to try to get him. He's the number one center available in the market. The Blues have a legitimate need for a second-line center. They'd love to bump Braden Shen down to the 3-hole, put somebody in between Thomas and Shen. Granlund would fit that bill. But he's in position to be able to make a decision as to where he wants to go. And I think there's some personal things that he's trying to iron out that are the best fit for him in terms of demographics and where he lives, that fit his family lifestyle. That's important to him. But he also looks at the Blues from a hockey standpoint, and he knows that St. Louis is a great fit for him to walk in, immediately have a role on the team, be in the top 6, play with good players, have a chance to win. So it's a great fit for him. He's going to have to make that choice, but the Blues are certainly being aggressive.
He is 33, so he wouldn't help them get any younger on what I call the rear guard.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's a concern right now, isn't it? Defenseman kind of getting old?
Well, he's a forward. He's a center.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, then it wouldn't matter much on the rear guard, would it?
I didn't know if rear guard was a new term for center.
I was testing you.
But are there any other centers?
I was almost offended when you said rear guard. I didn't know what we were talking about there for a second. So rear guard, you mean as a defenseman? Yeah, okay.
But I thought you knew hockey lingo.
If not Granlund, is there anywhere else how do they get better at center if there's not much out there?
Well, that's going to be via the trade market.
For a hockey trade.
That would be a hockey trade.
Okay.
And
Does Falk have value to some other teams?
Oh, I think he has a lot of value.
Okay.
Yeah. I would think he doesn't have much term left on his deal. Lots of experience, can play the power play, can defend good players. You know, he's a guy that I think would have some value. Teams would be interested in. And, the Blues were looking for a right shot defenseman. That's what they were hoping to, bring on board as well, that they could find somebody to, come here who could help improve their power play.
A rear guard.
A rear guard.
Right.
But again, that didn't happen. I think if you acquire a player like that, then I think Falk all of a sudden truly comes into play. And maybe you're trying to find another home for him. So we'll see how that plays out with Justin Falk as well. I just think if you're going to move Justin Falk, you got to have a right shot guy coming back.
Could
the other way.
Dvorsky be ready next year? Is that pushing it?
I think it might be pushing it, but you know what? If he comes into camp and he knocks everybody's socks off and he looks great and he plays well and he plays his way onto the team, then that's a completely different story. But I don't think there's any rush to get him here full time. I don't think they feel like he's ready. He had a great year last year. He scored over 20 goals as a teenager in the American Hockey League, which is very unusual. You don't see that happen too often. So, listen, they're still high on him. I wouldn't be alarmed if I'm a Blues fan and he doesn't make the team out of training camp this year, but he's going to have a chance to make a case for himself. And if the Blues don't add a center, then listen, that even increases the chances a little bit more for him to come into camp and show what he can do.
Andy Strickland in studio with us here on TMA. Alec Burleson is going to be joining us here in a matter of moments. A bunch of things we still want to discuss with you. If you can stick around. Now, if you can't, I don't want to put that on
What's
you.
up with all the traffic and the construction?
Nice. 270. Andy, what's going on with this?
Oh, my God. Olive, Limburg. There's construction. My entire route here was full of construction, so I apologize.
Over in your area, which Cam calls the lower
poor part of Ladue.
Poor part of Ladue. They've got the whole road.
I call it that.
The whole road is closed. Can't even get to see you.
We're a growing, bursting city.
I think you should stick around so we can have, you and Burleson just kind of workshop the relationship after you dissed him during a. We'll spell it out for him.
I think he will. He's the kind of guy who might get into this. I want to hear about Fox, what you think about Petrangelo's situation. How about that statement? And then also the Marner situation as well. Plenty to talk about with Andy Strickland. He's going to stick around here in the 9 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Alec Burleson joining us next on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Home mortgage loans can get complicated. Together Credit Union is here to help. Going to help you through the entire process. As your hometown home loan provider, Together Credit Union has a home loan solution for every buyer. Get in on the action, whether it's your first home, downsizing, sizing up, need a second mortgage, all of it one spot. Together Credit Union. Fixed rate, adjustable rate, conventional, jumbo loans, they have it all. Even have specialty loans like FHA, construction, union member mortgages, community contributor mortgages. Together Credit Union knows it can get complicated. Going to help you through the whole process, and it's all done in-house. All of it right here in town. Underwriting, servicing, everything done locally. So remember, Together Credit Union, your hometown home loan provider. Check out the rates at togethercu.org. Here's to making St. Louis your home. Together Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Ah, Doug. 2006 MySpace profile song, Party Like a Rock Star from the Shop Boys, and Boys was spelled with a Z. Am I right on that?
I don't know. I just don't.
Got to do some show prep,
I didn't do
man.
MySpace. I don't know what you're talking about.
TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne. Andy Strickland is kind enough to stick around here on the program while little Jackie Papers negotiates the ones and twos and welcomes to the program on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Friend of the show, I say with confidence now, Alec Burleson. Morning, Alec.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Good. What's going on in Pittsburgh this morning?
It's absolutely downpouring right now as I look out my window, so that's a good thing, I guess.
Brad,
always raining there.
Brad Thompson was saying on the broadcast last night that when you guys go to Pittsburgh, you always deal with rain.
Well, not last time. We dealt with blizzards and all that good stuff. Last time we were here, 25 degrees. I had to wear a face mask, and I hated every second of it, but it was what I had to do. So,
well, Arenado wears the hoodie thing over the baseball cap, which bothers some of the fashion folk out there.
Yeah, that's what I had to wear last time, and it's really itchy, but as soon as you take it off, your ears freeze up and your nose falls off and all that good stuff. So definitely needed it last time we're here. So I'll take heat any day over the cold that we had here last time.
We had a nickname discussion. Was that yesterday, Doug? We were talking Nick and saying like that the media shouldn't be calling. So like, so if the media says, "Hey, Burley, what's up?" Or do you expect people to refer to you as Burley? Or should somebody that doesn't know you well call you Alec?
So the only people that I don't want to say okay with, but the only people that really call me Alec or I expect to call me Alec are my wife and my mom. Okay. So everybody else calls me Burley, and it's just weird when somebody calls me Alec.
Okay.
Really? I welcomed you to the show calling you Alec. I feel like that was passive-aggressive. I have to be honest.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But, yeah, when a teammate or somebody calls me Alec, it's like, I don't know who you're talking to.
Well, I think since coming on this show, Tim, he got a pre-TMA bump when they were in Philly. And then he was on this show in Kansas City. He's hitting .317 in the month of June, 6 homers, 21 RBIs. So the TMA bump is
it's a real thing.
Pre, post, current, all the above. What's worked in the month of June?
I think I've just kind of fed off what we've been doing in June as a team. I think, we played really good ball. I think we had a little skid maybe in the middle somewhere, but for the most part, we've been playing really good ball, and it's a lot easier. We talked about it. Hitting's contagious, so it's a lot easier when everybody else is hitting to just kind of contribute. And but other than that, I think we've done a really good job of game planning, having approaches and sticking to them. So I think it's kind of all encompassing.
Yeah, you also made some outstanding plays in right field here over the last few weeks. Have you always been this Gold Glove caliber outfielder? Or is that something that you've worked on?
Congratulations.
No, I don't think I've always been a Gold Glover.
You've made a few plays that look like a Gold Glover here lately.
Yeah. No, it's something that I take pride in. Is it's a lot easier to get in the lineup every day if you can. Play defense and have the trust from the coaching staff to throw you out there on defense. So, it's something that, I've been working with for, 2 or 3, 4 years now. So it's still been a work in progress, and it's still a work in progress. But, it's something I take pride in because, it helps you get in the lineup every day. And 2, if I can't have any hits, nobody else can have hits. So if I'm not hitting well, I'm taking them away from somebody else.
Alec Burleson is our guest here on TMA, and it is a pleasure to talk it over with him here on the program. I got a 2-part question, Doug, if that's okay.
Well, okay.
And I'll see if Burley can roll with it because I can't call him Alec anymore. All right, number 1, Andrew Heaney last night was dealing, and it was no hitting you guys. He's a guy who is coming in, and now he's had some great starts over his career, don't get me wrong, but he had been having some rough ones recently. Something was working working last night. Looked like he was able to get some guys to chase some pitches off the plate. When you as a team see a guy who is on like that, like I'm sure you're expecting Skeens tonight to be doing what he does, but he was dealing last night. What was working, and then what's the communication in the dugout like when you guys are struggling to get the bat on the ball? That's part one of the question.
Yeah, I think you go in with a game plan based on their recent performances or what they've tried to do to guys. And, I think last night he did what he typically does. He just executed pitches well and had really good stuff. So I don't think there's much to that. But there's been a few times this year where we go in with a plan and, they kind of flip the script on us. One that sticks out is Hunter Brown. When we faced Hunter Brown earlier in the year, he was normally like a four-seam curveball, changeup kind of guy, but throughout the first 2 innings, he was throwing a lot of sinkers, and that wasn't really in our game plan, so we had to kind of adjust to that. So that's just communication amongst, I would say it's communication amongst the lefties, and then it's communication amongst the righties. So we all kind of come up with a plan of, like, as a lefty group, what's he trying to do to us, and then how do we beat that? And then same thing goes for the righty. So, there's times where you have an approach and they kind of go off script and you have to adjust. But I think Heaney last night just, he just had good stuff, I think. And I think we had a good approach. We hit some balls hard, but, some right at people. So it was just one of those days.
And now you get Skeens tonight. You guys have done really well against him. You have some great career splits against him. What is the mindset when you're going up against a guy who is going to be in the mix for the National League Cy Young? He's got some incredible stuff. What is the mindset there? Does it fire you up when you wake up and you're going to be facing one of the best in the game?
Yeah, it's always fun to match up against those guys. For me, it's I look at what he's done in the past against me specifically, and what he's tried to do to me, and so I'll have my approach off that. I'm not going to share that with you guys, just in case you have Paul Skeens on speed dial and
he listens.
We call him Skeensy, but you can call him Paul. That's fine.
He's in the YouTube chat.
So, but no, it's like you said, we have a little bit of history against him, so we have a good idea of what he likes to do, and guys like him, guys like power arms like that, they're going to do what they do. They're going to pitch how they pitch, so there's not too much that they're going to change, I would say. They're just going to do what they do, and you have to hit off that. So no, like you said, it's always fun to face guys like that.
I also have a two-parter, Tim, if it's okay. The last week, the catch going into the net, did it hooked your shirt or your button? Did you feel trapped momentarily?
Yeah, no, my buttons were hooked into the net. I know it looked very unathletic, but no, they were hooked in the net, and had to figure out a way to get out of that.
It did kind of suck because you probably wanted to jump up and hold that ball and kind of parade around, and you're like stuck into the net. You're right. You didn't get to really celebrate that.
Yeah, I couldn't get up. I felt kind of like an idiot.
It was after the 20. I was going to say, going into 24, you talked a lot about that offseason where Oli Marmol said to you, hey, if you work on your defense, and I know you're out there a ton. We were with Willie McGee pregame. I was doing a piece on TV with Willie McGee, and it was about Walker's defense, and he said, I'll only do the interview if you include the work Burleson's doing. What did you do specifically to get better defensively?
I mean, it's just reps, right? Like it's just seeing every single ball off the bat that you can, because every fly ball it's not the same, but if you get as many reps as you can before the game, you have a higher chance of getting the same ball that you got in practice. So it was a rep thing. It was there's a little bit of technique involved, mechanics, whatnot, whatever you want to call it. But it was just a rep thing that I may have not taken seriously, maybe coming up through the minors, and that's my doing. That's not anybody else's doing. I just, a fly ball is a fly ball. I'm going to catch it, but, getting comfortable going towards the wall or going towards the net or, getting a ball in the corner and being comfortable, coming up firing. That's probably the biggest thing is just being more comfortable out there. Like, I've done this before. I've caught many of fly balls in Busch Stadium. So like, I know what I need to do. And, so Willie was big on that. And then obviously John Jay this year, he's trying, he gets me out there as much as he can. And, he tries to work on my running technique, and I keep telling him I'm not going to get any faster. So you got to work with what you got. So, but no, it's a lot of work, but it pays off for sure.
You put up some good numbers as a pitcher in college. You ever miss pitching? Ever wonder what you could get done in the major leagues? I mean, they let Hampson pitch the other night.
No, I don't miss it whatsoever.
No,
no, not at all. I still would say I probably have the best changeup on the team, but no, I do not miss pitching. I do not miss, throwing 88 miles an hour at all. So.
That might not play at the major league level.
No, it wouldn't. I will say, if for some reason my hitting, I just absolutely cannot hit a baseball anymore, I would just drop down and throw for my ankles and be a left-handed specialist, I guess. Just throw submarine left-handed, throw like 7 pitches and just have a good time out there. But no, I do not miss pitching whatsoever.
Lefty reliever, you can pitch till you're like 46. Mm-hmm. Tony Foss is just retired, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Those guys. Going to Wrigley this weekend, and you just had the Cubs for 4 last week. I know all the series matter, all the games matter, but when it's been the Cards-Cubs historically, did you have fun with it last week? And looking into this weekend, how much fun is it going to Wrigley?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, especially, just day games in Chicago are just a lot of fun. And obviously we got Sunday night baseball, so that'll be fun. But like you said, we just played these guys. We know what they got. I think we're facing I think we're lined up for two of the 3 same arms. So I think we get 2 arms we already saw. So that only helps us. It's always fun playing the Cubs, but especially going into Wrigley and winning a series is a lot better.
Alec Burleson, our guest here on TMA. Got the Big League Bash coming up on Sunday, July 27th, 2025 at the Factory, featuring Adam Wainwright, of course, and Alec Burleson, Ryan Helsley, Stephen Matz, all kinds of teammates expected to be in attendance. And you have been working with them on a variety of different things as well. Can you tell our audience what they can expect?
Yeah, you basically said it all. Wayno's going to be singing for us. It's going to be a lot of fun. We obviously, the one time I heard him sing was in Busch 2 years ago. So I'm excited as a fan just to get there and hear what Wayno's got and to see Wayno. It's always fun to see Wayno. He's doing the broadcasting stuff now, so we get to see him every once in a while in different cities. But you'll be able to have a concert with Wayno, and then obviously some of the guys will be there post game there, and we'll all have a good time. And not too sure, other things going on that night, but I guess you'll just have to show up and find out for yourself. Yeah,
you can see it. It's online, whether it be on Big League Impact site or the Factory STL.com, and of course 101ESPN.com is where people can learn more about it. BigLeagueImpact.org. Adam Wainwright continuing to give back to the St. Louis community. We also have Andy Strickland in studio, and Andy, you and Alec Burleson and Brendan Donovan. We were doing an interview setup, and then what happened? Let's get the history here. And
Listen,
you want to workshop that.
Strick is the Jim Hayes of Blues games.
Yes.
And they were all in the box together, and Brendan Donovan sitting there, and Alec Burleson sitting there. And then, Andy, what happened?
Well, I interviewed Brendan Donovan, and listen, it ate me up, Alex, because they said, or Alec, I'm sorry, or Burley.
We're off to a bad start for the apology.
The hockey guy doesn't go immediately to the nickname.
And they said, hey, just do an interview, and they had said Brendan Donovan's up there. Well, I get up there, and Burley's there, too. So I felt very awkward. I didn't know what to do, because you kind of walked over as well. We did the interview with Brendan. Not that you cared at all. I don't think you really did. But I want to invite you back to another game this coming season so we can do the interview, and I can feel better about myself, Alex. So I apologize for that.
No worries. I think an interview probably wouldn't have been best. Probably had one too many Budweiser.
That's when the interviews are the best.
Exactly. We've interviewed Brett Hall a couple of times.
Yeah, so you've had experience in that department. Burley, did that snub fuel you to this season?
Yeah, good question.
You know what? I honestly don't even remember that.
I said he wouldn't remember.
Okay.
Well, it was your only Blues game you've ever been to, right? That was the only game you've ever been to?
I went to one 2 or 3 years ago over when we did the winter warm up. There was a game going on, and a few of us slid over there and watched the game. But that was like my first game where I was like, I was into it, I guess you could say. But yeah, if I'm definitely going to come back to more for sure. I mean, that's the plan. That was a lot of fun. And hockey's always more entertaining when you're there and you're watching it live. So definitely plan on attending more than one hockey game, Blues game.
Hurricanes fan?
Not really.
They don't have too many of them.
Yeah, I mean, they're in Raleigh. I grew up in Charlotte, and then went to school. So about 2 hours or hour and a half from Raleigh. So I've never actually been to a Hurricanes game, but yeah, I mean, I would say I'm more of a Blues fan than a Hurricanes fan. I guess
There you go, Doug. There you go, Doug.
Okay.
There you go, Doug.
I think you were shotgunning beers on the Jumbotron, if I remember correctly, during the game,
Yeah, that was I don't know if that was a good idea, but
I think it was a great idea. I think it's the right thing to do. That's the right thing to do. I love it. Burley, we appreciate the time as always. Looking forward to the festivities tonight. Cardinals and Pirates. Paul Skeens on the mound for the Pirates as the Cardinals try to get back to the winning ways that were going on over the weekend in Cleveland. Always enjoy the conversation, man. Thanks so much for your time this morning.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. It's Alec Burleson with us here on TMA, joining us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines live from Pittsburgh. And once again, bigleagueimpact.org for the Big League Bash coming up on July 27th at the Factory in Chesterfield. Andy Strickland, kind enough to stick around here for another segment. Still some things I want to talk about. The Petrangelo news, Marner going to Vegas. What else could be in the mix for the Blues? Is Fox going to be in play? All of that coming your way. Andy Strickland with us here. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Every pass, every check, every score. We're here for the fight. We want more. Fans in the stands, hear them roar. Blues anthem loud.
TMA 101 ESPN, and Andy Strickland is in studio with us here. The people want to hear from you on a variety of topics. So, Doug, we're just going to go bang, 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 bang.
Okay, all right.
Foxo, what do you think?
It's been very quiet outside of St. Louis. Nobody's even brought up his name. The issue is, he made over $3 million last year. The Blues acquired him on a contract that he had signed with Dallas. So he's going to have to take a significant haircut, I would think, to return. But the fact that everybody's gone silent and the reality that they were trying to sign him leads me to believe that he's going to come back. He really liked it here. But again, everyone's gone radio silent on that front with Radek Faksa. But I haven't heard anybody bring up his name outside of St. Louis in connection to another team. The Blues want to bring him back, and they hope to get it done. So we'll find out officially later today.
Harrison's brother, Master, has wanted to see Jordan Kyrou traded for a number of years, and he writes in, so the Blues don't want to trade Kyrou and want to bring in Granlund. Are they trying to be the softest team in the league?
Oh, I think Granlund, if you really watch him play, is one of the most competitive players, certainly one of the most competitive players available in free agency. This guy, if you talk to scouts who watch him on a regular basis, coaches who have coached him, teammates who have played with him, that's all they talk about is how hard he works and his work ethic and his versatility and, how much, he brings it every single night. That's kind of who he is. It's always been his reputation. He's a good player. He had a good playoff with Dallas, too. He can play with good players. But again, it's your options aren't very long right now when you get to the list of players who can come in and help you in that area. So unless you're talking a trade, and again, they tried to trade for him before. He's fast, he's quick, he's not going to slow you down by any means. And again, he plays very, very hard in terms of the work ethic that he brings. I think he'd be a really good fit here. I haven't talked to a single scout or a coach or anybody who has had really anything negative to say about the guy.
Texter asked if Holloway could play center.
He has played center. He played center at Wisconsin a little bit. I know he played center growing up, and he played some center even last year in his first season here in St. Louis. Not a lot of it, but he did play a little bit in the middle. I don't think that's the best position for him, just in terms of what makes the Blues the deepest and just in terms of having everybody aligned properly and giving you the real depth that you need to compete. I like him on the wing, but can he play center? The answer would be yes. Much like Buchnevich, but again, it's not the position you probably want to put him.
Mitch Marner going to Vegas, and Alex Pietrangelo with his statement that certainly indicative of what could be the end of his career with his hip. And then we get this text from a listener, Brad and Boca. We've seen this Petro situation before. They use his cap money to sign Marner, and Petro will be back in playoffs game one for one last postseason cap circumvention before the rules change in 26-27. A lot of people reacting to the timing of that with skepticism. What can you tell us about Pietrangelo?
Well, this has been known, I think, internally for several weeks that he wasn't going to play this season. I tweeted it out yesterday morning that he's been dealing with this hip injury that, I think the team was kind of pushing him to get surgery. Initially, he was going to have the surgery, and after talking with doctors, I think the idea was, hey, maybe we hold off on the surgery, let's rehab it, and let's see if it gets better on its own. But he's always cautioned it by saying the chances of him returning and it getting better is very, very slim. My guess is he doesn't play again. I don't think this is one of those situations where he's going to sit out the entire season just so they can sign Mitch Marner. That's not a very Alex Pietrangelo thing to do, just to sit out the entire year. He's going to want to play if he's healthy enough to play. But again, I guess we'll find out once you get to Christmas time or whatever. And if you hear that he's skating and he's all of a sudden trying to come back, then I guess a lot of people's speculation was accurate. I will say this about Petro, though. I think you get to a point where you've made so much money, you've accomplished so much. He's a two-time Stanley Cup winner. He's got the international hardware to go with it. Never won a Norris, but I think he's put together a resume that certainly, has him, I think in the most people's opinions as a Hall of Famer. How much do you really want to put your body through at this stage of your life to go through that type of surgery, which, as they said in the statement, it's not even guaranteed that it's going to perform the way that you hope it will and that he's going to be able to get back and play. So I think there's a risk that goes along with that. I mean, to go through that type of surgery, put your body through it, I just don't think he really wants to do that.
So Vegas could be guilty of what everybody's assuming, but maybe this is not one of those examples.
Yeah. But it wouldn't surprise me.
How active do you think the Blues are going to be here over the next handful?
I don't think
Take your pick.
Crazy by any means. I mean, their roster is pretty much set, and they're not looking just to add players to add players. I mean, I think they have an eye on a specific handful. You know, you just wonder if Nate Schmidt would be a guy that they would maybe look to bring on board. He just won a Stanley Cup of Florida. He's a defenseman. He's a left shot, but he can play the right side. You know, you get to some other guys. I know there's some other centers available, like Christian Dvorak, for example. Puis Suter's another guy who played in Vancouver last year who put up some numbers. But I don't think people really view him or either of them as a true top six center or a second-line center. So I don't think there's a whole lot of interest there. Andrew Mangiapane, who played in Washington last year. Where did he play last year? He played in Calgary several years. And he's scored a number of goals. I mean, could he be a guy who can play the wing and play center? Do you want to plug and play with those type of guys? I don't know if that's where they're at right now. I think their full attention right now is trying to get this done with Michael Granlund. They'd like to get this done. But again, he's got some family, I don't want to call them issues, but some family dynamics that I think require him to play in certain markets. So not to say that he couldn't play here, but it wouldn't make things easier on his family situation. So I think that's something that he's weighing right now. But I think he also looks at St. Louis from a hockey standpoint as the best fit that he can go to have a chance to win.
There he is, Andy Strickland, kind enough to spend the hour with us here on TMA. Always enjoy it. What else can we let's promote the Cam and Strick podcast. I was watching the episode. I really enjoyed the Cam Fowler interview.
Thanks. Yeah,
that
he was great.
That was a great interview.
Yeah.
Big fan of that.
He's a good guy, too. You just wonder when they're going to try to look to lock him up.
Yeah.
You know, I thought maybe this summer would be the time to do it. Like, his skating should always be there. He's 33, too. It's not like he's going to slow down anytime soon, but part of me thinks that maybe the team says, hey, let's watch him do it again. Maybe there's no rush to go get a contract extension done, but let's see how he looks coming into the season. But it wouldn't surprise me if they got it done this summer either. But I thought maybe that was going to be a little more of a priority come July 1st, but it doesn't sound like they're in any rush to get that done. But Fowler, again, you look at the Blues defense right now, like they're in pretty good shape too. I think they'd like to really add a guy to be able to to push and get to that next level come playoff time. So, again, I'm like everybody else. I'm eager to see what they do today.
Andy Strickland with us here on TMA, kind enough to spend the 9 o'clock hour with us and also invite Alec Burleson to a Blues game for a make-good from what Doug called the most unfortunate incident in media.
By the way.
It's clear it's still eating at him. You can tell.
It's clear he has no idea what the hell I'm talking about. What else? Oh, yeah, Eddie Olczyk. We dropped that today on the chemistry.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah.
That's a
How's
nice
his
hit.
health?
Great.
Good.
Yeah. He's man, you bring these broadcasters on. You can go run an errand when you ask a question. You know? I mean,
we know.
They know how to talk. So he was great, though.
Andy Strickland with us here on TMA. Always great to have the conversation, get some perspective here, Andy. Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Take a break, come back with the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN. Let's talk about a local gem. Let's talk about Dents Express. That's right, Dents Express is local and in the St. Louis area and the place to go if you are looking for paintless dent removal. They are the experts. That's Gray Wilson and his team, operated right here in St. Louis since 1992. They're not just good, They're experienced. Their techs have been with them for over 20 years. That means you can trust the people working on your vehicle. They offer free evaluations, no appointment necessary, and they'll even handle everything with your insurance. That's right. You drop it off, then they take it from there. They'll work with your insurance right from there. You don't have to worry about it. They're open Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 and located in West County. Call 636-227-5050. That's 636-227-5050. Or just swing by and tell Gray that I sent you their way. That's Dents Express, St. Louis's leader in hail damage repair.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Yesterday, the Denver Nuggets traded Michael Porter Jr. and an unprotected 2032 first-round pick to the Brooklyn Nets for forward Cam Johnson. Sources tell Shams Charania, so the former Missouri Tiger headed to Brooklyn. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Is this a remix, Doug?
I don't know.
I mean, because I hear Empire State of Mind, but then I hear Miley Mile. Jackson, what do we have going on? Are you doing mashups now and trying out your hand?
Yeah, well, we just had DJ Burley Biscuits on. So I figured I'd have a little bit of a... This is a popular mashup at weddings. You'll see this a lot of DJ will
Sweet Sweet Kai played while he was being taken by the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
Not much of a dance floor at the Sweet Sweet Kai wedding.
What was the problem?
No problem. It was a small wedding, and it was like in the backyard.
Real estate's so expensive there, they can't afford much of a dance floor.
So there was no DJ or anything. Like there were some tunes being played and people dancing around, but I would not say there was.
Put their iPhone on a lantern?
Yeah, put it in a red Solo cup. That's actually how I listen to TMA driving to Ladue Horton Watkins every day.
In a Solo cup?
My radio on my 97 Pathfinder, blessed, was broken, and it would come out really staticky. And so I would live stream it on the like on my phone, and then drop it into a red Solo cup so that it would amplify it a little bit. That was me. It's 7 a.m. every morning driving to school listening to TMA.
This guy, he's a loyal listener now, Doug. Okay. He's a star is what he is. He's a star.
I'm going to make you a star.
That was the same car I had where the trunk wouldn't stay open. So I would wedge it open with a ladies 3-wood. And if someone were to kick that 3-wood out of the way, that trunk might have sliced me in half. It weighed so much.
I think most of us had a car like that at some point in the past.
Oh, yeah.
Not a lot of Ladue kids.
It was keyed so bad on the side that a whole side of the car was rusting out so bad. Oh, it was brutal.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Herb wrote "Pale" with the keys on the side of your car.
He wouldn't have the cojones.
Wow, Herb gets called out. Jackson, we've been critical of the Texas Rangers' new ballpark. We think it might be a tribute to the Battlehawks home. But Kevin Brown of the Orioles broadcast shares that opinion. What do we have here?
Yeah, this was the tweet, I believe, from Awful Announcing was that Kevin Brown let his intrusive thoughts out into the world when talking about Globe Life Stadium in Arlington, Texas. This is from the broadcast, for the Orioles broadcast yesterday.
This place, you're right, it does genuinely look about as much like an airplane hangar as any ballpark. 0-2 for Josh Young.
That was my comment on coming in, but I announced to the first word. Jim Palmer calls Globe Life Park an airplane hangar. But really, I'm kind of in Irvine, California. That's where they keep the blimps and all that, the Goodyear blimps. And that's what this place looks like a little bit. It's just a bigger version.
You look up in the rafters here, there are so many of them. You half expect this to be the site of a future John Wick movie or some action film where the hero and the villain are racing across the beams, trying not to slip down to their doom.
Basically.
They did a nice wide shot during that, and it's so bad. It looks so bad.
Well, it's an old ballpark, and they'll have a new one soon in Arlington.
It's the roof that bothers you, that it's got a roof on it?
It's lit like the dome.
It's lit like the dome. The exterior, it looks like the Boeing factory in town. Like it's just this like massive, ugly building. It doesn't have much character. I think the roof's not great. I think it all stinks.
And the old place wasn't very old.
Legit, like building,
I'm gonna put 93 out there, Doug. How's that sound to you? The ballpark at Arlington, 93. Yeah. Martin, what do you think? Earlier than that? Camden Yards,
right there.
92, 91. Nurse.
I thought it was a nice stadium when we were there in 2011.
Yeah, but you were thinking to yourself, wouldn't it be nice if the World Series was played at the Edward Jones Dome? And then it was when they played the Diamondbacks.
Yeah. And these guys are Orioles announcers, so they're coming from Camden Yards, so they got a little more cachet.
Opened in April of 1994.
Oh,
the ballparks at Arlington.
And then through 2019, and then
it lasted less than 20 years. They had to have another one.
It's crazy.
Of course, they print money down there in that Dallas area right now.
This one does look a little generic.
It looks awful. It looks like a Costco.
Okay. Costco.
I mean, look at it. It's ridiculous.
Sounds like a super fun wedding you went to, Jackson. That's from Mr. Siders.
It was incredibly fun.
You're not taking any of that guff.
Yeah, I've taken enough guff about this wedding. It was like legit as nice of a wedding as I've ever been to in my life.
Was it? But
yeah.
the dance floor was small.
Yeah, it was gorgeous. Like it was like we were like in the middle of like a painting, and people were like, "Ah, loser." You guys couldn't play shout, so must have been a terrible wedding.
Oh, I like shout.
Oh, Mr. Siders gets the Scottie Pippen, Patrick Ewing treatment.
Well, I love shout too. I love a dance floor, but this is not. It was not the circumstance.
You showed us a photo.
It looked unbelievable.
majestic.
Did it not? Yeah, so I don't care. I had a great time.
Tim Quamain Vayukis wants to know why I'm still here. And then I noticed Monday at 10:01, he said, it's 10:01. Why is Martin still there? Today, 10:09, time to go.
Well, we had the segment with Andy, and then you stuck around.
Goodbye.
Yeah,
It was more of an Andy goodbye.
Right. Andy gets his own goodbye. Martin gets his own goodbye.
Is that an Irish goodbye?
I think Irish goodbye is when you just bolt like the wind.
Sometimes you have to do it.
Sometimes you have to. Did you do that from Cape Cod because they didn't play shout?
But like sometimes it's like there's going to be like 100 people that you're going to have to say goodbye to, and it's like I just want to go. And
family events.
Yeah, sometimes it's like you send it if there's a big group text. Hey, had to bolt out of there. Sorry.
It's an Irish exit, right?
Right. That's what they would say.
That's offensive.
It is really offensive.
First the potato famine. Now that Martin is going to go have his Irish goodbye right now.
Screw you guys.
He's out. Send your emails in. We're giving away Adam Sandler tickets. Somebody privately reached out to me with this, Doug. Hi, I heard to email in for tickets to the show in October. Is there anything else I need to do? Be cool to take my daughter. We all watch his movies together. My response would be similar to Mike Francesa when asked. That's not how you're going to get my vote.
No.
I have no heart. I have no empathy. I think I'm a sociopath, according to my therapist. So that's not going to work on me, but it might work on Doug, Chairman Kurt, and Jackson.
Could.
Just email it, though, to the morning after at InsideSTL.com as opposed to my personal email. We are giving away tickets for Adam Sandler now for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day today. You can find out more information about that show October 17th at Enterprise Center at 101ESPN.com. We'll come back with more of the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN. Adele, Kanye. I don't think 2008's live. 2005 is live. I'll say 2006. Give me 2007 and 2005.
Estelle.
Not Adele. Estelle.
And I don't have this. Is the version without?
Doug has the years.
2007.
Yes.
Probably actually is.
I
It probably
don't know.
is.
I just made that up.
Same year as graduation.
It's the first song ever where a woman raves about just meeting a 5'7" guy. It's a song that many of us in what we call now the community hold near and dear to our hearts.
She was
have you
in
heard
the
that Estelle
Jockey's
song?
Room?
I think she was. She was over at Fairmont. Doug, this is the 10 o'clock hour, and we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, in which somebody's going to win tickets to Adam Sandler for winning the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That shows Friday, October 17th at Enterprise Center. You can learn more at 101ESPN.com and the 101 ESPN mobile app. What can you tell us about Design Air Heating and Cooling?
Well, it's where you go if your air conditioner's not going to work. You know, we've had hot weather already. We're going to get more of it. You got to make sure that air conditioner is cranking it out. And when it comes to cooling and heating, you got to trust the name that's been around longer than all of us. That would be, of course, Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area since 1904. They're not just another HVAC company. They happen to be the longest-running sponsor on this here show on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot to us. Seth Goldcamp is the guy in charge, a name you can trust, leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You will never be sold something you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the oppressive summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com and schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and the home of the handsome repairman. Ask for Larry, the Silver Fox.
Yeah, he's the one that you want if you want the Silver Fox. It's Larry, so save that in your phone. Katie Wood with the story on the Cardinals and the month of July, a pivotal month for the organization, both on the field and in the front office. She answers the question as far as decisions that will go into the deadline coming up at the end of the month. Those are John Mozeliak's. She writes, it's highly unlikely Mozeliak would sign off on a trade that has significant ramifications for next season and beyond without heavy input from his successor. But the likelihood of the Cardinals agreeing to a trade of that magnitude in the first place is also unlikely. As competitive as they've been this year, the focus remains on the future. Doug, what is your reaction to that?
Well, I can see that is definitely the case, where they're a contending team right now, and so they have to focus on this year and not get too far ahead of them.
She writes, barring a collapse, it's highly unlikely the Cardinals will be true sellers. However, it is equally doubtful the Cardinals commit to an all-in approach. The organization has an opportunity to trade away players, bolster the farm system, and open up major league opportunity for a handful of players and improve. While doing so, then Katie cites the Detroit Tigers of 2024 as an example. And then with regard to that, who the Cardinals could be looking to trade while still trying to remain in contention. The names Helsley, Matz, Fetty, Maton, and Michaelis all come up as players in the final years of their contracts, but she says Michaelis has a full no-trade clause, and it's improbable the Cardinals will go to him to waive it. And that's what John Mozeliak and Miles Michaelis told us when we were down in Jupiter, Florida 4 months ago. But she writes, Helsley's case is complicated. The two-time All-Star has seen his ERA jump to 3.41. That's nearly 1.5 runs above his 2.04 mark last year, and his fastball command has been erratic, yet he remains one of the game's top closers, and contending teams will overpay for an elite ninth-inning arm regardless of expiring contract status. If the Cardinals consider themselves contenders, would they trade their top reliever? If they keep him, do they risk letting him walk in free agency? St. Louis may receive such a strong offer that it feels compelled to move Helsley, but the internal conversations have suggested the opposites. The Cardinals may feel inclined to hold on to Helsley and decide on his future at the end of the season, weighing the risk of losing out on a return if he walks in free agency. So Helsley may wind up sticking around, and the Cardinals may just let him walk at the end of the year.
If they have a chance, you can't deal him now. I mean, you've lost a big chunk of the fan base already the last 2 years. If you got a team in contention, then you trade your closer, I think there'd be a revolt. I don't think you want to do that at all. There is a chance however, that the Cardinals could fall apart here in July and be 10, 11 games out, and you're not really in contention. And then I could see them, anything's possible at that point. But right now, when they're still close, I don't think you can do that.
Fun facts for no one tell as far as being 10, 11 games out of a playoff spot. That would be the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Washington Nationals. They're both 11 games out of the National League wild card, and they are both 14 games under 500. And since the Cardinals are 12 games under 500, mathematically, they would literally have to lose every single game in the month of July to get to the point of being 14 games out. And that's where you get into a spot of the 3 wild cards challenging front offices on how they handle the deadline, because with the exception of the Marlins, Pirates, Nationals, and Rockies, no team in the National League is more than 8 games out of a playoff spot. And that is the way that it will tend to work. And then you go over to the American League, and with the exception of the A's and White Sox, no team is more than 7 games out of a playoff spot. So that's what creates a weird spot for playoff teams, because you sit there and go, God, we're kind of in it, and we don't want to send a message to the fan base that we're out of it, but we know we're probably not in it. And so that is what the expanded playoff format has created, is front office purgatory.
But it has to make the league very happy that all these teams are still in it. There are a few bottom feeders there that are hopeless, but the overwhelming majority of teams are still in the race, still very much in the race, and as we hit the 1st of July.
Yeah, I think at this point now you should maybe just let everybody in minus 1 team, and then everybody can be in the playoff picture. Trade Helsley, move Maton to the closer, and then sign Helsley in the offseason if you want him back. That's from Doug Glatt. Doug, he just gave the game plan.
It felt like he was yelling at us. The way you read that, it sounded like he was yelling at me.
You can trade all those players, but we will get absolutely nothing in return. We need to suffer through the season with them and let them walk next year. That's from the 314.
We need to suffer. Why do we have to suffer?
Has this season been so far suffering?
Right now, they're a playoff team. Yeah. They are in right now, as hard as that is to believe. And according to the song, they're going to be in first place by mid-July.
That's correct, and we're going to be on a pontoon.
That's right. Series against the Cubs coming up, so...
Yep.
Yeah.
That'll be a great opportunity.
That could be a pony, huh?
Oh, yeah.
4th of July weekend in Chicago.
I bet it's going to be good weather up there. I'm going to kind of be in that area, so...
Are you going to go to the game?
Not that close. Probably be closer to the Tigers game, but Chicago this weekend is going to be a little chance of rain, but a little hot on Saturday. 94 a high.
Now you can take your shirt off.
Man.
Yeah, Doug, you could take your shirt off in the bleachers?
Yeah, I probably should. I'd take my pants off, too, if it's that hot.
Clip that off. Let Helsley walk, then bring up Tank Hentz in the offseason. That's from the Warren County Wizard.
Well, it's not that easy.
Straight from Double-A. He's injured, too, isn't he?
Why don't they push the damn deadline back about 2 weeks? That's from Beer Cats.
Yeah, they could do that. I don't know what the answer to that is, why they don't. Seems like they should.
Yeah, considering that a number of teams are sitting there going, well, we're only 4 games out, but...
Yeah,
it's unlikely.
With 2 months left of the season.
And then here in St. Louis, I mean, 2 of the least likely teams won the World Series, at least from a record standpoint with where they were at the deadline. Or in the case of the 2004 Cardinals, you go, man, that team is one of the greatest we've ever seen, and they get swept out of the World Series, but that's in part because Chris Carpenter got hurt in the middle of September. Your thoughts are welcome, 314-399-9646. You can also email in Adam Sandler tickets on the line the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and go to 100westdental.com to work with Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team. Mention my name, and you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. Online at 100westdental.com. That's one of the very few dentist offices that offer virtual consultations with the doctor. They are located on Manchester in Baldwin. No dental insurance, it's not a problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. Overall mouth health is important to the rest of the body's health, and that's part of partnering with a dentist. Make sure you get checked up with 100 West Dental. Huge offer going on now. If you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. That's 100westdental.com or by calling 636-585-0100. This is TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring's been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure that his employees are happy and make a great living. That's the reason that he's been continuing to grow over the last 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. They have it all. Carpet's awesome, and it's back in style. They have so many varieties of all flooring, and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Go online, and right now you can get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. It's Michael's Flooring online at igotfloored.com. 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis and Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Welcome back, TMA. Breaking Blues news. Logan Mailloux, per Elliot Friedman, is coming to St. Louis. He reports this is not a Cairo deal. He is working on the full move. Doug Mailloux is a 22-year-old, 6'3" defenseman coming from the Canadiens. And he has spent time in the organization going back to when he was picked 31st overall in the 2021 draft. And Jackson, you've been following his career, and you said there was some controversy attached to him. What's going on?
According to an article here on ESPN.com, he was fined by Swedish authorities after admitting to 2 charges related to sharing, without her consent, a photo of a woman during sex. He previously said he deeply regrets taking and then sharing that photo with his teammates to impress them. Quote, Mailloux underwent therapy and counseling and participated in a personal development plan. That's from ESPN.com.
Talking with the non-ling, he says to his credit, he's owned it, took himself out of the draft. Montreal picked him anyway. He's done a lot of public growth, accepted his fine by Swedish courts. Good young right-handed defenseman, and had that controversy surrounding him, but he has been with the Canadiens organization, and we are looking for the full deal from Elliot Friedman, who says he is going to get that, but it is not a Cairo deal. So, Doug, the Blues are adding a young defenseman from the Canadiens, perhaps illustrating that those two teams were talking. And then the byproduct became, okay, we're not going to do a Cairo deal. That's not happening. But since we're talking, this is who we're interested in.
Mm-hmm. No word yet on who's heading the other direction. Right? No word yet on who the Blues are trading.
Yeah, nothing there yet. This is all just coming out here in the last, 5 minutes.
But he hasn't been a star player. He's just pretty much had a cup of coffee with the Canadiens so far, right? That's from what I'm reading.
7 games with the Canadiens this year. Played with them for a game in 2023-2024.
All right. So you wouldn't think the price would be too steep that the Blues would given up. But we shall see.
Kids make mistakes, grow, and move on. He might be a good addition. That's from Joey Vitale's Orange Scully.
Mm-hmm. Last year in the AHL, 63 games, 12 goals, 21 assists. Pretty good for a defenseman.
I'll always respect that Doug believes in second chances and people making right for themselves. That's from the 636.
Well, I do. I mean, especially as a kid. I think if that could be revenge porn, that could be a felony in some places. So it's a serious thing.
Sorry, Doug, I didn't mean to cut you off. It looks like the Blues are sending Zach Bolduc.
Zach Bolduc is going to Montreal in exchange.
Really? Yep.
How about that? Zach Bolduc going to Montreal in exchange.
Surprised to hear that. They must think that this guy's pretty darn good defenseman then, because they had, they thought a lot about Bolduc.
Wow. This news just breaking. Zach Bolduc heading to Montreal in exchange for Logan Mailloux. This news just breaking here. And that is who is heading back to the Canadiens in exchange.
Bolduc just scored 19 goals for the Blues, only 22 years old.
Came into his own under Montgomery, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm surprised they would have to give up that much. Of course, I don't know much about this guy that they got, Logan Mailloux.
And the people in the Air Comfort Service text inbox are not happy.
No, they won't
at the initial reaction that Bolduc is the one going to Montreal. I think the thought process was, okay, this isn't going to be for a significant exchange, and now Zach Bolduc is the one. So the news just breaking here on 101 ESPN. Logan Mailloux coming to the Blues, 22-year-old defenseman, and he is going to come to St. Louis in exchange for Zach Bolduc heading to Montreal. There is the news just breaking here this morning as the Blues are active, but it's Zach Bolduc Bolduc, and the reaction, Doug, I am reading it, and it is not happy, and I'm going to have to edit on the fly because there's a lot of profanity coming in.
Stop cursing.
From the 618, what the F from MD 2020? This D-man better be damn good. That's a big price to pay.
Okay.
The Big Show. Tell me this is a joke. Is this one of those trades that we're going to look at right now? Is WTF, but in a few years, he's going to be our next Chris Pronger. That's from Magic Beans. If you can't move Kyrou, Bolduc is stuck for moving to the top 6. He's also blocking Dvorsky. That's from Yasiel the Boy Puig. Mr. Sider is usually focusing on Jackson's 7-iron distance. Writes and then it's profanity, and it starts with F, but then he adds a large number of Ks at the tail end. I love Army, but this is a dumbass move. That's from Man Love. In Army we trust, it's hard sometimes. That's from the Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville. From Cold Meatloaf, definitely not a fan of sending Bolduc out. I feel like it's a big mistake. So, Doug, so far the review's not positive to this move that just broke here in a matter of
how many of these people who don't like
worst
the trade
ever by the Blues? That is from the 314.
How many of them have any idea who Logan Malo is and what his potential is? They have no idea. We don't have any idea. You have to trust Doug Armstrong at this point, don't you? Hadn't he built up some equity in deals like this? I mean, there's one thing about hockey is when you're talking about minor league guys, we don't have a clue. The average fan doesn't have the first clue what these guys bring to the table.
Bishon about sports makes a good point, though. He says, was there no way it could have been Eric Fetty being sent back to Montreal?
Yeah, there was no way. But it's a different sport. They might have dangled him there to see if the Canadians would bite, and they didn't.
Kind of like a package deal.
Larson Woods Wacko says he loves the trade. Nothing like the fat sitting on their couch thinking they're better than Army. Tale as old as time. That's from the president of Special Projects.
Yeah, you just don't know. Unlike basketball and football, where we see these guys in college and we kind of know what you're getting, it's not that way in hockey. They're coming from all over the world, and they play in minor leagues that we never watch, we never see. We don't know who's good in the minors and who isn't. This guy was just named to the top all-prospects team in the AHL this last year for the way he played. He had 12 goals as a defenseman. He's a big guy. He's a young guy. He's a first-round pick. Obviously, there's some value there.
It would be a good zag if I got really into like minor league hockey, like the AHL. Like instead of watching the NHL, I was like, I don't watch the Blues, but I'm really into like Russian league hockey or something.
To the point where you know everything about the London Knights.
Yeah.
I love all these Hoosiers bitching about a 6'3" right shot all-star AHL D-man, and they've never watched. LOL, and that comes from former Blues goalie and Stanley Cup champion Daddy Padre.
Yeah, I think we have to respect Doug Armstrong more to know that he's not going to give up a promising young player like Bolduc and not get something of value in return. You have to give him that much credit, right?
Tell these mouth-breathing losers to shut up. If they have no idea who the kid is we're getting, they have no idea about hockey in general. That's from Beer Cats. The non-ling texting me that he's shocked that Bolduc is in the deal. He said there's winger depth, but Bolduc had a clear runway to the top 6 since he could play both wings. So that is from the non-ling. So we've heard from the non-ling and Daddy Padre and a wide variety of people who unfortunately are being labeled as heavy set just because they either like the trade or don't like the trade. And that's just...
Watch your caloric intake before you...
Even if they weren't heavy set when they sent the text, after it got sent, they gained at least 50 pounds.
All right, we will have more on this coming up throughout the day here on 101 ESPN. This trade just breaking once again. The Blues sending Zach Bolduc to Montreal in exchange for Logan Mailloux. He is a 6'3" right-handed defenseman, 23 years old, picked 31st overall in 2021 by the Montreal Canadiens. That is the news just breaking. I'm sure we will have more throughout the day here on 101 ESPN. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA, 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. This just in, the Blues have made a trade. They are sending Zach Bolduc to Montreal, and they received defenseman Logan Mailloux. This just in the last 15 minutes or so. That was their Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Jeremy Rutherford on the trade, writing the following. The Blues are getting a good young defenseman in Logan Mailloux, but at the cost of a good young forward. The Blues have depth on the wing, but this would indicate to me that they have a forward in mind in free agency. That is Jeremy Rutherford's read that this move may be setting up another move. So keep an eye on that. Doug, if you want to go back to, was it June or was it July of 2018? Take yourself back. What were you doing?
I don't know what I did last week.
You got to do show prep, man. You got to start doing some
June or
show
July
prep.
of 2018. What was I doing?
You were getting excited about Ryan O'Reilly.
Oh, was I? I guess I probably was, come to think of it.
And people were buzzing because out of nowhere, after there was some despondence, all of a sudden, it was like the baptism scene in The Godfather. Pop, 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 pop. And the next thing you know, you got a whole new roster, just like that, and you didn't even see it coming.
Okay, no.
This Doug Armstrong will Don Corleone your ass. So that's what Jeremy Rutherford thinks. He thinks this might be setting up another move. Looking forward to what takes place today. That's the way that he tends to work. The 314 says JR is on the same page as him.
Okay. All right.
Army's planning fireworks for the 4th of July. How about that? It's from the 314. Now people like it. How come we're not talking about Damian Lillard? That's from producer Joe's Ask Him. It's because the Blues just made trade Zach Bolduc going to the Canadiens. Jackson thinks we should be talking Dame time. Doug, the Bucks have let him go. Logan Mailloux coming to the Blues. And now the thought process for many in the text inbox, because Jeremy Rutherford said it, is that this is the first step of multiple moves. That's why they would be doing it, because on the surface, just getting a guy who has played 8 games in the NHL for Zach Bolduc would not make sense.
No,
so that's putting people
it wouldn't.
in a better state of mind. All right, we've got to do the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Before we do that, you're going to tell us about Mark Milton.
Yeah, he can help you out with any kind of tax problems you might have. And he told me once that you'd be surprised how many people just don't file taxes at all, thinking that the IRS will never catch me. And then, sure enough, 4 or 5 years later, they come knocking at your door. And then you've got real problems. Well, if you've fallen into that kind of trap, Mark Milton is the guy you need to help get you out. He will take on the godforsaken tax man for you. Maybe you've got years of unfiled returns or bank levies or wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or maybe you're facing IRS criminal investigation at this point. If so, you got a serious issue, and you should contact STL tax lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country. And while there, he received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. So that means he is simply one of the best in the country at what he does. Mark now helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. So any kind of IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, nope, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Time for the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day, and the prize of Adam Sandler tickets. Doug, here you go.
All right.
Polanco has more hits than Matt Holliday and .297 batting average versus .299. Nice show prep. That's from Dan Beal.
He's not as good as Matt Holliday was. He didn't have the power that Holliday had, so let's not compare the two.
Good morning, gentlemen, especially you, Tim. My love for the TMA, parentheses Tim, is a new love. But the passion burns hot. Hotter than the rug burn that Doug gets from wearing his muscle daddy shorts on a hot summer day while mowing the lawn. I've only been listening for about 6 months, but since then, I've only missed a few programs. Tim was out on those days, so did I really miss much? I heard the drop kick.
God.
I kid. I love me some Jackie Papers, Martin, Four Fox's own Doug Vaughn, and even you, Chairman. Speaking of Chairman Kurt, how lucky are you to breathe the same air as Tim on a daily basis? If only. Yes, I am from St. Charles. But my home has modern amenities, such as air conditioning and even indoor restrooms. Yes, I said restrooms, as in more than one. Suck it, Clayton. This isn't the Wentzville territories. We have standards in St. Chuck. Just ask Erin, who has her nipples pierced. Anyway, have a good day, gentlemen. I'll be waiting for another 7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA is heard on the YouTubes. That's from the semi-sophisticated St. Charles resident.
Semi-sophisticated St. Charles resident. He's new.
Doug, this email comes from Brittany.
Okay. Kevin Miller?
I don't think so, actually. Down to business. Number 1, Jackson, why doesn't St. Louis have a professional women's league team of any kind? Number 2, Tim, you are handsome. Did you register your score? And do you have a handicap now? Yes, I do. And Chairman Kurt, did you post that number with that even on the front? I guess the score wound up being a little higher.
I did not.
Oh, Doug. Bagger season. Mm-hmm. Chairman, what was it like golfing in Tim's presence? Well, I led you to an even on the front. My Cardinals' next championship core includes Burley and my friend Donnie Baseball. Cards 12 and 28. We will get it straightened out. Let's go. Number 5, Doug, you are so cute when you're mad. Thanks, boys. Hugs and kisses from the trailer stepdads. That's Salty Bald Dad. And his name is Brittany, though.
Salty Bald Dad Brittany.
We're not going to kink shame.
No. Well, I do at times.
No. Guys, and finally, so I was listening to Doug, St. Louis's most beautiful people who paid to be on the list and also sponsored its segment. And the other morning and heard one of the recently divorced contestants say something about a local watering hole. So naturally, I made the mistake of walking in last night. What the hell's going on? It's like if Bumble joined a union and spent all its money on Coke and cheese curds. I opened the door and got smacked in the face with whatever cologne smells like financial advisor on probation. They're financial advisors on probation. Is that an SEC violation?
I haven't made sense of a sentence yet.
This place was wall-to-wall Trevor's. What's Trevor's, Jackson?
That's
like a Chad.
Yeah, but a certain type of Chad.
Wearing backwards hats, Melville South knitted belts, 2.5-inch inseam shorts, and chain-dipping zins. At one point, I heard one of the Trevs tell another Trev he was blowing up on LinkedIn and about the Vinny Chase of Chesterfield. The girls' midnight missiles. Every single one looked like she runs a lash business out of her Pontiac Sunfire and is thinking of soft launching a podcast about wanting to put future real estate boss bitch in her bio. And dude, the tables had sparklers like we were at Excess in Vegas. Not in St. Louis with a pothole the size of a Nissan Sentra and a boarded up storage unit housing downtown. I chatted up the DJ who was from Boise. He said he knew St. Louis was going to be dope when he flew into Lambert and saw a 12-foot statue of Chuck Berry being polished in the terminal, but no working escalators. Anyways, I was in and out in under 12 minutes, decided to head back to Soulard. I needed to get a parking spot for my boy's bachelor party in November. Doug, that's from Dalton, and that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today.
I kind of like the salty bald dad Brittany. That's who I'm voting for.
I like Dalton.
I like the salty bald dad.
I'll go salty bald dad.
Oh, nice.
Brittany, congratulations. You have won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, and you are going to see Adam Sandler October 17th, Friday at Enterprise Center. More on the Logan Mailloux, Zach Bolduc trade coming up here in a matter of moments with BK and Ferrario. Time for us to go. Bye.